The Department of Justice invited testifiers Denise George, Esquire, Attorney General. At 12:30 p.m., Office of the Inspector General invited testifiers Stephen G. Van Beverhout, Inspector General. And at 2:30 p.m., the Virgin Islands Energy Office invited testifiers Kyle Fleming, Director. Mr. Chair, this concludes the reading of today's agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers, and good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Before us today, we have Department of Justice, Office of the Inspector General, and the Virgin Islands Energy Office. I will begin by allowing the Attorney General, Attorney Denise George, to put her name and title on the record. Then we'll allow those individuals who are here in the well to do likewise, and then we'll move on to those individuals who will be participating virtually. So beginning with you, Attorney General.
Good morning. I am Denise George, Attorney General of the Virgin Islands.
Thank you. Next.
Good morning. My name is Kai Christopher, Chief Financial Officer.
Good morning. Carol Thomas Jacobs, Chief Deputy Attorney General.
Sir.
Good morning. Michael Trotman, Director of Human Resources.
Okay, those that are participating virtually, Ms. Andrews.
Good morning, Commissioner Andrews, Federal Grants Coordinating Specialist.
DeLugo, Mr. DeLugo.
Good morning, Senator Catherine Jensen DeLugo, Paternity and Child Support Division, Acting Director.
Mr. David.
Good morning, Senator R. Oliver David, Director, Division of Giving Enforcement.
Ms. Smith.
Good morning, Ariel Smith, Chief of the Civil Division.
Spoke.
Inais Borges, Sex Offender Registry Program Manager.
Mr. McCray.
Yes, good morning, Senator Quincy McCray, for Chief of the Criminal Division for the districts of St. Thomas, St. John, and Water Island.
Ms. Georges. Unmute your device, Ms. Georges.
Sorry about that, Senator. Good morning, Senator. Fiscal and Operation Director, Paternity and Child Support.
And could say your name again? We didn't get your name.
Claudette Georges.
Okay, thank you so much. Those individuals who are participating virtually, make sure that your device is muted if you're not answering a question, and make sure when you're answering questions that your camera remains on. We're going to begin now with a testimony from Attorney General George. You may proceed.
Good morning again. Good morning, Chairman Bailey, members of the Finance Committee, other members of the 34th Legislature, senators, legislative staff, my Department of Justice team, and those of you who are listening on today's broadcast. My name is Denise George, and I am the Virgin Islands Attorney General, head of the Virgin Islands Department of Justice. I'm honored to appear before you today with the support of my team to present testimony aimed at justifying Governor Bryan's proposed budget for the department's next fiscal year. Last year, when I appeared before this committee, the world and the territory was in the grips of the deadly COVID-19 pandemic. Our daily operations were forced to undergo significant changes to deal with the virus. Today, I'm pleased to say that much of the department has returned to somewhat normal procedures and essentially adjusting to our new normal. However, even throughout the pandemic, the work of the Department of Justice never stopped. Before I get to the heart of today's discussion regarding the governor's proposed budget for the department in the upcoming fiscal year, I would like to remind this committee and the general public that the department consists of numerous divisions operating in each of the districts that are responsible individually and collectively to fulfill, among other things, the department's mission to prosecute all criminal violations of the Virgin Islands Code, to represent the government in all civil actions brought against it or on its behalf, provide efficient and effective financial, child support, and access services in the interest of the children of the Virgin Islands, We represent the government in the appeals process, either before the Virgin Islands Supreme Court or the Third Circuit Court of Appeals, as well as to provide legal advice to numerous government agencies, boards, instrumentalities, and commissions. Each division provides services that impact the daily lives of the people in the community we serve. In other words, the department continues to meet its statutory objectives and mandates as outlined under 3 VIC Section 114, regardless of disaster or pandemic. To carry out this mission, the department is staffed with 155 well-qualified essential employees, 96 employees in the St. Thomas St. John district, and 59 in the St. Croix district. As I've said on numerous occasions in the past, to this and other committees of this body, it has always been my policy that all department's employees are essential in carrying out the mission that we are tasked with. With that said, I would now like to share with this committee Governor Bryan's proposed budget breakdown of the $35,624,539. This is an $11.7 million increase over the fiscal 21 budget, $9.5 million of which is personnel and fringe to finally take us out of the chronic shortfalls and staff shortages spanning many, many years. The general fund, personnel services, $16,437,953. Fringe benefits, $6,365,728. Supplies, $746,836. Other services, $3,742,879. Utilities, $257,000. Total general fund, $37,550,396. Compared with last year's proposed budget, the vast majority of the increases is devoted to personnel and fringe benefits that will go towards the recruitment and retention to address our critically low staffing levels. Federal grants, another $8,074,143 of the department's budget is funded by federal grants. Thus, the grant total of the department's proposed budget, including local and federal funds, is $35,624,539. The above represents the governor's recommendation for funding the department over the next fiscal year. As I said before, and it's worth noting again, when I accepted the position of Attorney General, it was my aim to shore up staffing shortages and to revitalize divisions within the department that had been either completely
If somebody has their device not muted? Okay, let me proceed.
As I said before, and it is worth noting again, when I accepted the position of Attorney General, it was my aim to shore up the staffing shortages and to revitalize divisions within the department that had been either completely dismantled or were operating with a skeleton crew. From day one on the job, I began the process of rebuilding the department so that it can perform at its greatest potential and effectively and fully carry out its mission and statutory mandates in the interest of the people and the community we serve. Though we have made progress, especially with respect to the white-collar crime division and paternity and child support division, more work is needed. I would now like to briefly describe some of the division's needs, accomplishments, and justification for my request for additional funding. The criminal division, in the criminal division, the department and its prosecutorial staff of the criminal division remain committed to see that justice is rendered by fairly yet vigorously prosecuting those who threaten life and property within the territory. This division impacts the community by focusing on the principles of truth and justice and meeting our mandate of prosecuting all criminal violations of local law. Within this division also exists the Family Special Victims Unit, which handles a large caseload of family court matters, including juvenile delinquency, child protection and abuse and neglect matters, and involuntary commitments. We currently have a total of 22 criminal prosecutors and 8 legal support staff throughout the territory. Together, this team has, among other things, such as conducting interviews, drafting warrants and motions, appearing at arraignments and advice of rights hearings, opened 299 felony cases, 174 misdemeanor cases, and closed an additional 188 cases so far this fiscal year. This division is responsible for prosecuting petty crimes as well as some of the worst and most heinous crimes imaginable, including rape, murder, child molestation, and illegal use and possession of firearms that is plaguing our community. The additional funds in this budget proposal will go far to fill needed prosecutor positions to combat these evils and to continue our advocacy and fight for the safety and well-being of the people of the Virgin Islands we represent. As a baseline, adequate attorney coverage requires at a bare minimum 2 prosecutors assigned per courtroom, excluding the criminal chiefs. This is in addition to prosecutors who specialize in prosecuting specific types of crimes so that the department can increase efficiency and promote our success rate in specialized areas of advocacy. The ratio of support staff to criminal attorneys should be a minimum of 2 support staff to 1 attorney. Today, we remain way below that threshold. To overcome this deficit, the department requires more funded support staff positions to give attorneys the legal and administrative support to assist in more effectively carrying out our criminal prosecutions. Undoubtedly, the caseload will become more taxing on the current staff, and greater demands will be made on our limited resources when the jury trials and other court proceedings resume in full. The department needs to ensure it has the human and other resources to meet its statutory obligations to the community. However, it can only do so with the funding requested. The Civil Division represents the government agencies, departments, boards, and commissions in all litigations filed in the Superior and District Courts. These cases are diverse and vary in levels of complexity. Because of the number of lawsuits and administrative claims filed yearly against the government, the attorneys devote much of their time to defense work. When requested, the attorneys also represent and provide support to Juan Louis Hospital and Roy Lester Schneider Hospital in their litigation and arbitration matters. Currently, the Civil Division consists of 6 Assistant Attorneys General, including the Civil Chief representing both districts, with those 6 being divided equally between districts. Additionally, there's 1 administrative support staff in each district. During this fiscal year so far, there have been 40 new civil lawsuits filed against the government, or one of the numerous government instrumentalities we represent. Further, the Civil Division has closed 23 cases and initiated 2 lawsuits on behalf of the government. Currently, there are 245 active cases in the Civil Division that is being handled by the 5 civil attorneys and the Civil Chief. The government has paid out in excess of $1 million in claims this fiscal year. Again, the Civil Division deals with very complex matters, often with our opponents, consisting of a cadre of attorneys, totaling more than all of the staff comprising the Civil Division. So additional staff is critical for us to mount the best offensive and defensive strategies in litigation and to complete the all too numerous activities this division carries out daily, such as the extensive legal research, drafting and responding to motions, composing legal briefs and replies, conducting depositions, preparing and issuing interrogatories, and performing other discovery in each of these cases. Additional attorneys and support staff are needed to ensure that attorneys in the Civil Division are equipped to effectively litigate the many complex and important cases that impact the public and government policy and have millions of dollars at stake. Since 2016, the department has represented the government of the Virgin Islands through the Risk Management Office of the Department of Health in medical malpractice cases. These cases require close collaboration with the Department of Health, which is the agency statutorily responsible for the operation of the medical malpractice program. Currently, there are 2 attorneys and 2 support staff assigned to handle the medical malpractice cases, which has approximately 68 active cases. To date, the medical malpractice settlements have reached $1.3 million. The most consequential issue facing this unit is the impending challenge to the cap on non-economic damages in the entire medical malpractice program. The Solicitor General Division. The Solicitor General Division provides legal representation to the government in all civil and criminal appeals before the VI Supreme Court and the U.S. Third Circuit Court of Appeals, all habeas corpus petitions, all PERB cases, and other various writs, including writs of review. The Solicitor General Division also provides legal opinions or prepares legal opinions to the various governmental agencies, boards, and commissions, as well as reviews for legal sufficiency all government contracts. These include leases, memorandum of understanding, professional services contracts, and construction contracts. Currently, to handle all these matters, it is staffed with the Solicitor General and only 4 Assistant Attorneys General and 2 support staff. From the beginning of this fiscal year to the present, the attorneys working in this division have been assigned to 31 new appeals that will go either before the Virgin Islands Supreme Court or the U.S. Third Circuit Appeals. 279 contracts to review, 14 Attorney General opinion requests, 21 Public Employee Labor Relations Board cases, those are PERB cases. Not unlike other divisions in the department, the Solicitor General Division is working with a skeleton crew, and more staff is essential to handle the numbers of new and highly complex legal issues that confront this office daily, as well as the influx of appeals that are likely as the COVID restrictions ease. Further, there's been a dramatic increase in the number of contracts assigned. For example, a snapshot of the number of contracts this year, 279 to date, has already more than doubled compared to this time last year, when we reported 136 new contract assignments rather. And in July 2019, when we reported 90 contract assignments. Again, adequate staffing is critical to avoid attorney burnout, and funding is the driving force to alleviate this issue. The Special Investigations Division is a specialized Department of Justice enforcement unit staffed with special agents and investigators who are equipped to conduct specialized investigations in limited areas pursuant to the legal mandates of the Attorney General. Their function and scope are limited to specifically defined areas, including investigation of all civil claims against the government, white-collar crime, fraud and corruption, background investigations for new hires, boards, commissions, and judges, witness protection prior to and during trials, conducting investigations needed in civil lawsuits and criminal trials, and fugitive apprehension and extraditions. SID also assists all divisions when needed, including providing security, serving subpoenas, locating and interviewing witnesses, retrieving bodies along with the medical examiner's office, participating in SORNA, which is the Sexual Offender Registry section, SORNA's annual sex offender address verifications, and apprehending sex offenders who fail to register. Currently, the Special Investigations Division is staffed with 9 employees. In 2019, when I came on board, it had only 5 employees. These included 3 special agents and 2 supervisors, 1 in each district, as well as just 1 support staff in the St. Thomas St. John district, and only 4 pending investigations at the time. Since then, we've been able to hire today's investigation team, which consists of an additional 4 special agents and investigators, which has collectively opened 72 new investigations of varying levels of complexity. They have served about 280 subpoenas, conducted 10 extraditions, provided witness protection in several cases. The work of this unit is key for the success of many of the other departments' divisions. For example, if a witness cannot be located and does not want to be found, then the criminal division's prosecutorial efforts may be hampered. So manpower is critical. This level of staffing, although it is nearly doubled in the last 2 years, still represents a sharp decline compared to years ago when the Special Administration Division had a minimum of 12 to 15 special agents and investigators. In light of the number of new cases in the division, the need for additional special agents is more evident than ever. Presently, we have substantially more cases than we have investigators to investigate. Office of the Sexual Offender Registry, or what we call SORNA. The Department of Justice is tasked with enforcing the Sex Offender Registry and Notification Act and the Virgin Islands Sex Offender Registration and Community Protection Act. Virgin Islands SORNA staff are responsible for registering and tracking sexual offenders in the territory. The Sexual Offender Registry Office consists of 2 individuals, the Territorial Sex Offender Registry Program Manager and the Sex Offender Registry Coordinator. As mandated by local and federal statutes, it is the responsibility of the SORNA staff to verify at appropriate intervals the residencies of all sex offenders that are registered within the territory. In some instances, the department partners with the United States Marshals Service, the Virgin Islands Department of Justice, Homeland Security, and the Virgin Islands Port Authority to fulfill its mandate. Despite the global COVID-19 pandemic, SORNA continues to register, track, and monitor offenders who reside, work, or attend school within the territory. SORNA has completed its annual in-person address verification, and the SORNA unit and SID continue to conduct random weekly verifications. SORNA staff also continue to investigate and apprehend those who have failed to register. Today, there are 115 sex offenders registered in the Virgin Islands, 57 on St. Croix, and 58 on St. Thomas. The department also maintains a sex offender registry website for the general public to be able to access information on registered sex offenders in the Virgin Islands at https://usbi.nsopw.gov/. The department is committed to ensuring the community remains safe from these sexual predators, and therefore, random address verification still and must continue. In fact, SORNA, with the assistance of DOJ special agents and U.S. Marshals, VIPD, and VIPA officers, VI Port Authority officers, working as a team, made 4 arrests of sex offenders, including 44-year-old Dylan Cayley for failure to register as a sex offender. Cayley was an Oklahoma native convicted in Kentucky for sexual abuse, 1st degree, and rape, 3rd degree. SORNA is 100% federally funded, but works collaboratively with our special agents from various agencies. The Office of the Medical Examiner. The role of the medical examiner is to, among other things, investigate the circumstances surrounding any death that occurs under unusual or suspicious circumstances, perform autopsies and external examinations, determine the cause and manner of death, assist attorneys preparing for trial, and be prepared in the event of mass casualty. The medical examiners are integral in all homicide prosecutions, which often begins with the death scene investigations. Preservation and the handling of the forensic evidence is essential to secure success in murder trials. Presently, the MEO has 2 full-time forensic pathologists, those are the medical examiners, on staff, 1 assigned to each district. We also have 3 medical examiner assistants assigned to the St. Thomas St. John district and 2 assigned to the St. Croix district, 1 autopsy medical transcriber, and 1 director of operations. The skeleton staff is in need of additional trained personnel to upgrade the level of efficiency. The added employees would include medical legal investigators, physician technicians, and an office administrator, as is reflected in the proposed 2022 budget. I am very pleased to announce that the much anticipated medical examiner facility on St. Thomas is now complete and fully operational. All of the necessary equipment has been secured in its place. Employees are now ready to begin working from that location. We continue to work on identifying an appropriate location for an ME's office in St. Croix district, which has been quite a challenge. As of July 6, 2021, the medical examiner's office responded to 179 deaths, including 33 homicides. For this fiscal year, 43 autopsies were performed in the St. Croix district and 22 in the St. Thomas district. The Medicaid Fraud Control Unit, that was created to prevent, investigate, and prosecute instances of Medicaid fraud. In the first half of 2019, it had only 1 employee. Now it is currently staffed with a director, an investigator, an auditor, and a legal assistant. This unit is 100% federally funded. It is worth noting that one of this unit's accomplishments was the investigation and arrest of a former employee of the VI Department of Human Services Medicaid program for defrauding the program. It continues to investigate allegations of Medicaid fraud and referrals of financial exploitation of the elderly. Additionally, the Virgin Islands, Mofuku as we call it, has partnered with the U.S. Department of Justice and the Virgin Islands Attorney General's Office to create the Virgin Islands Healthcare Fraud Task Force. The Division of Gaming Enforcement. Division of Gaming Enforcement, or DGE, serves as the investigative and enforcement arm of the Casino Control Commission, ensuring compliance with the Virgin Islands Casino and Resort Act of 1995. Its general duties and powers are set forth in 32 VIC Section 428. Some of its duties include conducting casino employee background investigations, investigating all applicants seeking a license to do business with a casino, investigating and prosecuting before the CCC anyone who violates the rules and regulations of the same, and performing verification and testing of all electronic gaming machines before such machines can be used in a casino. The DGE is presently staffed with a director and 2 employees. This division has a prodigious workload and backlog, as the footnote demonstrates. Thus, more staff is required to meet the needs of this unit, as reflected in the proposed FY22 budget. Be reminded that revenues to the government from the investigative and license fees are directly related to the DGE performing all of its tasks. The White Collar Crime and Public Corruption Division. As I've stated in the past, the White Collar Crime and Public Corruption Division is one that is statutorily mandated. Title III VIC Section 118 of the Virgin Islands Law specifically requires that the Virgin Islands Department of Justice, that it be established in the Virgin Islands Department of Justice a white collar crime and public corruption section to institute aggressive prosecution of white collar crime and corruption. We are in the process of rebuilding the White Collar Crime and Public Corruption Division. When I first appeared before you at my confirmation hearing in 2019, I discussed the severe staff shortage and non-existence of the White Collar Crime Division, as well as the need for the division to be rebuilt to fulfill our mandate under the law, which is, as I said, to aggressively investigate and prosecute white-collar crime and corruption in our territory. In August 2019, Governor Bryan proposed a supplemental budget to fund the White Collar Division in the amount of approximately $1.7 million. In the fiscal 2021 budget bill, the 33rd legislature earmarked $448,800 to hire personnel for the White Collar Division. This served as an impetus to obtain the necessary staffing for the investigation and prosecution of these crimes. Since the $448,800 became available in November 2020, we have encumbered just about all of that funding with 3 new special agents having been hired and the identification and selection of an attorney for the Assistant Attorney General position. We have interviewed several attorneys for the position of the Director of White Collar, which we expect to be filled very, very shortly. We are still in need of additional investigators for the division, especially financial fraud investigators and administrative and legal support staff in order to meet the rapidly increasing demands and volume of white-collar investigation that my office is faced with. After all, nearly all of the allotted funds have been encumbered, $438,801.93. Had it not been for that funding, though, we would not have been ready, we would not have been able to been ready to begin the rebuilding of this critical division. We continue to actively recruit more investigators and attorneys for this division. In the meantime, the attorneys in the criminal division work hand in hand with the special agents we have in the investigation and prosecution of white-collar offenses. Paternity and Child Support Division. The Paternity and Child Support Division works relentlessly to provide our children with the support to help them thrive and become responsible and successful adults in our community. PCSD, as we refer to it, functions include the establishments of paternity, enforcement of support obligations, implementation of centralized collections process, distributions of support payments, and the establishment and maintenance of case records. PCSD staff also actively conduct access and visitation program services, mediation, and fatherhood programs, which are free of charge. PCSD's primary funding source is the federal government, which funds 66% of all PCSD staffing and 100% of all PCSD federally approved expenditures. As I stated previously, in 2019, when I took office, PCSD suffered from severe staff shortages that directly impacted the level and quality of services to the children and families of our territory. I am happy to report to date, PCSD has successfully addressed that concern for the most part, thanks to funding that the 33rd legislature specifically allocated for the hire of new personnel. We are not completely there yet, but very close. Protec was hired for the modernization of the C-STARS system, and the deliverables under that contract are almost complete. User acceptance testing is 85% complete. The anticipated go-live date is October of this year, barring unforeseen circumstances or testing failures. System certification will then take place within 90 days of go-live. PCSD is staffed with 3 assistant attorneys general and 53 other support staff. Since October of 2020, PCSD has hired 22 employees, primarily caseworkers and special agents. At least 3 more attorneys are needed and at least 1 more investigator. For this fiscal year, PCSD has opened 741 additional cases and distributed to date $3,801,689. The new investigation team that just came on board early this year has already started identifying and locating persons who are entitled to undistributed child support funds. As a result of their efforts and with the assistance of newly acquired software, more than 70,000 of previously undistributed funds have been disbursed to children and families who are entitled to child support. Additionally, PCSD has 2 hearing officers who function as administrative judges and conduct hearings and issue support orders. Each has an assistant. Currently, the department has a total of 45 attorneys territory-wide, with 26 in St. Thomas, St. John District and 19 in the St. Croix District. This number does not include the Attorney General, Chief Deputy Attorney General, and the Deputy Attorney General. Since October 1st, 2020, the department has hired 37 new employees, of which 22 are new additions to the PCSD division. However, during that same period, we lost a total of 13 employees through separation and termination, 5 of whom were attorneys who left for higher pay or for personal reasons. Approximately 99 new employees are needed to get to the sufficient staffing levels as reflected in the necessary funding increase in our proposed DOJ budget. Those positions include Assistant Attorneys General, an Assistant Director of PCSD, a Deputy Solicitor General, litigation specialists and administrative specialists, victim advocates, IT personnel, special agents, investigative accountants, human resources generalists, accounting specialists, gaming technicians, gaming investigators, client facilitators, medical legal death investigators, physician technicians, and forensic technicians. Further, one of the chronic challenges facing the department is attorney retention. It is imperative that the department take all necessary actions to maintain staffing levels and to improve employee morale. Meeting its obligations under the various collective bargaining agreements will go a long way towards achieving these objectives. Unfortunately, past delays in funding, step increases for attorneys who are on board, have to some extent prevented the department from achieving its retention goals and does little to help morale or enable the department to retain experienced attorneys. However, I am so pleased to say that we just recently received funding to place all Assistant Attorneys General on their proper step level for FY21. The department anticipates that negotiations for a new collective bargaining agreement will commence shortly. As I have stated in the past, what you see before you are only pieces of paper with various numbers representing matters from a complex civil or environmental lawsuit or a charge of rape and murder to something as simple as a traffic violation, subpoena served, or a request for document production. Yet, it is important to remember that there's a distinction between a paper world and a real world. What may not seem significant or time-consuming on paper, such as drafting a brief or serving a subpoena to a witness not wanting to be found, can in reality pose a difficult, laborious, or more complex than expected. In other words, I am asking this body to contemplate for a moment the actual work members of the department complete each day, the time it takes to perform those duties and to ask yourselves, the Virgin Islands, does the Virgin Islands Department of Justice have adequate staffing to perform their mission to serve the people of the Virgin Islands in the most effective and efficient manner? I understand that my time is limited today, so I will not belabor the issue. However, I can say from experience and having held this role and worked for the Department of Justice for several years, that our numbers are not sufficient, and the monies allocated in this proposed budget are completely justified if we are to remedy this nagging issue of staff shortages and budget cuts that have plagued the Department of Justice for so many years. As such, I would encourage this committee to vote favorably on the governor's recommended budget for the Department of Justice's next fiscal cycle. This concludes my formal testimony, and I am now available for any questions that the members may have.
Thank you, Attorney General Judge. Colleagues, we're going to, before we proceed to a round of questioning, welcome Senator Francis, welcome Senator Donna Fred Gregory, and welcome Senator Carla Joseph. Before we begin again with the questions, can you just place your overall number of employees? What's your overall number of employees? Presently?
Overall number, as I stated, it is 155.
Whoever is HR could just put it on the record.
Yes.
HR.
Good morning, Senator Michael Trotman. The total number of employees at the Department of Justice is 100. I'm sorry, yeah.
And how many vacancies presently exist?
13 vacancies.
Is the 13 is not included in the 155? Is the 13 vacancy included in that 155?
No, sir.
Okay. 155 actual persons working and 13 vacancies, a total of 168 positions.
That is correct.
And before we continue, did you work with the actuals? I just wanted to get some information so my colleagues can be able to do some comparison. Do you have actuals, sir?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. Can you give us the actuals? Is of what date?
As of June 30th, 2021.
Okay, so go ahead. Actuals to personnel as of June 30th?
Actuals to personnel services as of June 30, 2021, 5,497,474.87. Actuals for fringe benefits, 2,150,266.96. Supplies, 113,720.99. Other services and charges, 2,043,056.36. Utilities, 246,424.28. Total actuals, 8,007,887.10.
Say the total again.
$8,007,887.10.
No, it can't be 8 million. Because you started with 5.4 for personnel, 2.1,
yeah.
That's already 7,
Yeah,
5,
sorry.
and then you had 2 million for others, so it got to be
Yeah, sorry about it.
9 something.
Let me get the correct answer.
But we have the breakdown, so
Okay.
we should be able to add that. Okay, we'll add it up because we have the individual categories, which is a good starting point. Colleagues, let's go to a 6-minute round. Senator Blyden, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, the listening and viewing audiences, staff, central staff. Good morning, Attorney General.
Good morning.
George, and thank you so much for your testimony. Let me continue on that trend in terms of employees, etc. We are saying we have 168 employees now, 13 vacancies, and we're active for 99 new positions. 99 new positions. So that will bring a total to 267 employees for the department. Let me ask, and in the testimony, I heard a lot of different reasons as to why spoke to employees morale, etc. But where does training come in? I have not heard anything about training in the testimony. Where does training come in, especially when it comes to the morale and actually, moving some of the employees and getting them into different spaces where they can assist in the overall operation of the Justice Department?
Actually, although I did not mention it in this testimony, training has been a priority for me when I started Department of Justice, and have implemented a very robust training program. And that is in every area. Every single person in Department of Justice, every employee, it is my goal that they get the training that we need and on a revolving basis. And that has been happening.
Okay, so do we have a budgeted amount in terms of the budget, in terms of how much it will actually cost to implement a certain amount of training?
FY22?
Yes.
I would refer to my Chief Financial Officer for the training budget.
So Christopher?
It's a 64,650 increase in training, Senator.
Okay. Let's go to the post report and page. Let's start with page 5. When it comes to your leases, all of your leases or payments are up to date, etc. Because I know you say you have several month to month and several that expires in 36, one that expires in 28, and 2 that expires at the end of this fiscal year. They're all your payments up to date and your contracts in order?
All the payments are up to date, Senator.
Okay, let's go to your professional service contracts. Do you have any outstanding balance? You have one for the maintenance of the sea stars, exterminating, one for expert witness fee, etc. Any outstanding balance? All the payments up to date?
Yes, all the payments are up to date for the professional services, Senator.
Let me ask about your federal grants. I know you had 5 federal grants last year, and they all have expired, but I'm seeing new dates. Have they all been extended? And what's the reason for us not utilizing those fundings thus far?
All are being expended. We have one that it will be expended come the end of September.
What's the reason that we have not utilized those funds thus far?
For the one that expended, we are, I'll refer that to, it's our Paternity and Child Support Grant. It's our State and Access Visitation. I'll refer that to Ms. Andrews.
Please.
Good morning, Senator. Kamisha Andrews, Federal Grants Specialist. We are currently working on getting these services encumbered. We have came up with a budget plan, and we are working to get those encumbered by September, and the grant allow us to be expended by December 31st, 2021 of this year. So we expect all funding to be expended by then, Senator.
Okay. And I see we have a bank account. You have a bank account with a balance of $5,269,000. Have it been reconciled?
Can you repeat the question again, Senator?
Your bank account with a balance of $5+ million. Have it been reconciled?
Can you refer to the page you're talking about, the bank account?
Your bank account. When was the last time you reconciled your bank accounts?
The last time we scaled our bank accounts was as of June 30th.
Okay, very well. That's all I needed to know.
Okay.
Let's go to the testimony now. On page, this for your Attorney General, on page 11, you spoke to 72 new investigators and agents when it comes to that division. 72. What are the most investigators we have had thus far in our department?
Actually, Just a correction, I'm seeing that there are 72 new investigations
Oh, I'm sorry.
that came in. Yeah.
I'm sorry, investigation, okay.
Mhm.
Okay. As a result of the 3 employees you hired, you stated, right? 3 employees or 4? You were able to.
We have
open-
hired in Main Justice, we have hired 4 employees, I believe, 4 special agents and investigators. That's in Main Justice. And then we hired about 4 in Paternity and Child Support. So these I'm referring specifically to the Main Justice. And of those 4 new hires, since that hiring, we have gotten now 72 investigations that have come in since they have been hired or since I came on board.
And what was the number there, and how much have been closed as a result of them coming on board also?
Right now, I can't say exactly how much have been closed, and it's not much because these cases rapidly built up over time, over the short period of time. Because remember, we just recently started hiring the new persons after we got into the fiscal year budget for 21. So these people just came on board. So a lot of cases were sitting and only addressed with the people we had. I could refer to the Director of Investigations, Mr. Curtis. He may have some more specifics for you.
Correct, but at the same time, it's also very important to give a number when it comes to how much cases are being closed at the same time as we move forward.
Yeah, but I would like to say, you do understand that there will be a direct correlation between how many investigators we have to investigate the cases, then we can close.
Of course,
you know,
of course, that's understandable.
Okay.
Please proceed. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, you can proceed with your statement. Thank you so much.
You may conclude. You asking a question to who?
Well, I was asking Mr. Curtis, the Director of Investigations, he can respond with more detail.
Mr. Curtis?
Is he on there?
He was earlier. Okay.
I'm not.
What's his full name?
William Curtis.
No, I don't think he introduced himself earlier.
No, and in fact, you didn't get all of the persons. I don't know.
Okay, so who am I missing?
Let me just read all the names who should be on and who were sent the link. Also, I must say that there was a power outage at one of the offices. Okay. I'm not sure which one.
I'm seeing some individuals here who were not before. I'm seeing Sridharan.
And came on.
Barris Sridharan?
Barris Sridharan, he's in information technology manager.
Okay, he didn't. Go ahead and put your name on the record, sir. Turn on you're muted, turn on your mic.
There we go, that's better. Good morning, everyone. My name is Barris Sridharan. I'm the Director of Information Technology for the Virgin Islands Department of Justice.
Attorney Chancellor.
Good morning, Senators. This is Attorney Eric Chancellor. I am the Deputy Attorney General on St. Croix.
Connie Simpson, did you put your name on the record?
I did not, Senator. Good morning. Amy Simpson, Acting Criminal Chief of the St. Croix Division.
Pamela Tepper.
Good morning, Senator. Pamela Tepper, Solicitor General.
De Leon, did you put your name on? Mr. De Leon? You're muted.
Good morning. Julita De Leon, Director of the Medicaid Fraud Control Unit.
Okay. Ms. Simon, did you put your name on? Ms. Simon.
Good morning, Senator. Good morning, everyone. My name is Monique Simon. I'm the Operations Manager.
Anybody else, AG? That's all I'm seeing that I have on right now. William Curtis, I'm not seeing him on.
Pamela Tepper?
Yes, she just,
Oh, there she
did.
is.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Hunt, Director Hunt?
I think
The medical examiners?
I'm not seeing him on yet. Anthony Hunt?
Yes.
Yes, Anthony Hunt, go ahead and introduce yourself. Anthony Hunt? Okay, thank you so much. Senator Potter, thank you for joining us. We'll move on with our questioning. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. I would like to start right off the bat with, again, the unionized employees, wage increases and everything. Everybody is up to par?
I wouldn't say about wage increases, but I would say that for the union, particularly the largest bargaining unit we have is the Assistant Attorneys General. We are going to be going into negotiations for a new collective bargaining agreement later on, but we have just been able to get funding to have them up to their step level. So they are at the step level as of now. At least that has gone through for processing. And that is based on the existing month-to-month collective bargaining agreement.
Okay, so the attorneys are covered. Now the support
Yes.
staff, everyone?
The support staff, they're not, well, Mr. Trotman will tell you, as far as the other unions, there are not many people within those bargaining units. So.
Good morning, Senator.
Good morning.
Your name, sir? Put your name on the record. Everyone put your name on the record before you answer, please.
Please.
Good morning, Michael Trotman, Human Resources Director. The Supervisors Union contract, which covers 2 employees at the Department of Justice, is currently up to date. That expires in September 2020. The other union that covers other support staff, especially those done at paternity and child support, is the Overloop union, and they have not negotiated. Their contract has been expired. So you're just pretty much waiting for time to negotiate that.
Okay, so that's in the making.
Correct.
And those are the only other 2 unionized, the supervisors and Overloop?
Right, and then the Assistant Attorney General, which the Attorney General mentioned, is covered by Seafarers International, and she gave you the update.
Okay, so what about the receptionists and stuff who answer the phones and everybody else?
Our receptionist
Maintenance.
is exempt.
Exempt?
And we have a lot of GS non-union.
Maintenance?
We don't have any maintenance employees.
Oh, okay, so the GS employees, everyone was
Based on
received the increases?
Yes, based on the last.
The last year.
With the new pay plan that was implemented last year.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure we covered that part. Now for the, so you have personnel. What's the cost for personnel and fringe from the general fund, and then the personnel and fringe from federal monies? Give me those numbers again, please.
Is that existing or?
Existing.
Or, okay.
Correct.
Sorry, Kai Christopher, Chief Financial Officer. The actuals to date for fiscal year 2021 in personnel is 5,497,474.87.
Okay. And okay, so that's the actual you just gave, and say the fringe again?
And the fringe is 2,150,266.96.
Okay, and then for the federal monies, actual that you have. Okay, I don't think you had mentioned that for us.
2 minutes.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. You can hold the time. The stenographer was saying so.
Yes,
Mr. Trotman or Mr.
Yeah, speak directly into the mic so that
The gentleman who's speaking,
stenographer
okay.
can hear you.
Okay.
You're asking about the federals?
Yeah, I was on for the federal actuals that they have received.
While he's looking for it, just go ahead to the next question and then I'll go back to that. I'll make sure we
Now
get it.
for the infrastructure, in terms of you asking for additional personnel and stuff, infrastructure, can you take the additional personnel in your build out if you're looking for this amount of personnel? Because in your 2021, you put in that in your testimony, you stated that you received, you had 34 new hires. You said it turned out to be 37. And out of that 37, then 13 left. And you're looking to up your numbers in personnel and for build out. But you don't have that capital outlay money as a part of your budget for the build out of the person that you're looking at.
Well, actually, we are in the position to be able to accommodate by space the employees that we have that are in the budget. First of all, I would say at the Department of Justice GERS facility, we have many empty offices and empty space that previously contained support staff that we just haven't had for many years.
Okay.
So we're fine with that. Space is not an issue. With respect to St. Croix office also, there are ways in which we are adjusting that, which includes removing a lot of paper and offices that have just boxes of paper in it and using those for office as well. So we planned that out. Paternity and child support at Niski Center, we are doing a build out in the process. It is in progress. We got a new lease where we're building out the AHO, the hearing officer offices, as well as being able to create more space and cubicles at that office, as well as the St. Croix office. And that's all to properly accommodate our people.
Okay.
Our new people.
So now I know my time is almost called, but the morgue, I'd like to hear that for the build out. How the morgue isn't up and running as yet, and the white collar unit, are they up and running as yet? And in your 2021, if I may close up, Mr. Chair, testimony you mentioned in regards to telework. Is telework still in progress or going forward as a part of the new system that you may be looking to do?
Well, we're doing pretty much more of a hybrid with respect to the teleworking, to the extent that most of the people are coming into work and are required to for most of the time. But we're being flexible. It just depends on what's best. A correction with respect to the medical examiner's office. What I said was that, in fact, the St. Thomas office is up and running. We got all of the equipment and everything is in, and either they're in today or they're going to be moving in because everything is there. So we're up, running, and operational. White Collar Division, we had received some funding, as I mentioned, from the 33rd legislature, and we have been able to expend that in hiring persons, but of course we need much more, but it was really a very good help to be able to start that process.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. You found the information for the federal?
No, Senator, but I'll get it to you shortly, Senator.
Okay, thank you so much. Attorney General, in the last budget recommendation from Government House, the recommendation for personnel and fringe was some 11.3 million, and speaking to your financial guy. And we actually appropriated 13.2, which included $448,000 for the White Collar Crime Division and $680,000 for paternity and child support. In 2019, your actuals for personnel was $7,701,532. In 2020, your actuals for personnel It's 7,595,523. In 21, we gave you 9,734,183. And now in 22, you're requesting 16,437,953. Based on the numbers that you gave us at the 5,497,494 for actuals, I'm projecting that you're going to spend 7,329,982 for personnel this year. Even if I add on $700,000 more, which would be one more month, if I went 13 months, you're still at 8 million, and we funded 9.7. For the last 3 years, you have not hit that 8 million mark. How are you going to hit $16 million in personnel? How? The recommendation this year is 16,437,953. But we haven't even expended what we allocated. We are not going to expend what we allocated this year of the sum 9 million. How did you get such an ambitious number?
Kai Christopher, Chief Financial Officer. The reason why the amount of money for personnel wasn't predicted not to be spent at the 9 million is because of the task we had bringing on the new personnel. Most of the personnel, specifically in the paternity child support, only came on in May and June. So half of that money.
Okay, so they came in 6 months into the fiscal year. No, 8 months into the fiscal year, 8 or 9 months into the fiscal year.
Yes, Senator.
The positions that you have identified in this year's budget, are they funded at 100%?
In this fiscal 2021?
No, 22, coming up. FY22, they're funded at 100%, correct?
Yes, Senator.
Okay.
These are new positions.
The new positions are funded at 100%.
Oh, yes.
But
For 22, yeah.
For 22?
Yes.
But history shows that we were not. Do you believe you could bring on 95 individuals October 1st?
On October 1st itself?
Yeah.
No, but definitely for fiscal 22. I mean, we would have to start, well, we've already started interviewing and recruiting, but we would have to have everybody on board to begin. But what this is that we have to be able to, we can encumber and hire for the next fiscal year because these are the needs that we have. So if you're talking about bringing on board on October 1,
because they're funded at 100%, and we've been in a position of I know, well, for the last 2 years that we don't fund all of the positions at 100% because it's virtually impossible for anybody to bring them on October 1st. There's usually a process that's involved 3 to 6 months. So we usually fund at sometimes at 75 or sometimes at 50%. But Attorney General, your budget have literally, this is doubling of your budget in a period of 3 years.
Well, would you like me to?
Yes, you may go ahead.
Yes. Well, you have to understand this is to recover from many, many, many years of constant depletion of the manpower at Department of Justice. It didn't happen just yesterday. It didn't happen just 3 years ago.
Okay.
When I came on board, it's very important to note that when I came on board, I made it clear that we were so critically understaffed,
And
but
that
it
you
happened
needed
over
employees.
time. Yeah.
Yes, but do you expect for the recovery to take place in 1 year?
No, and in fact, this does not make an entire recovery take place in 1 year. It gives us a good step towards that.
There's more to come?
Yet I'll tell you something. This is not unusual for Department of Justice. When I was at Department of Justice many years ago, in the criminal division, there were 16 assistant attorneys general only in St. Thomas. There were about 12 or so persons in Solicitor General, whereby they were able to actually have attorneys specifically assigned to various commissions and boards to be able to provide the help that they need. There were There were approximately, in the investigations division, there were like about 13 or so just in investigations, and a separate white collar division with their own investigators as well. So it is not.
When was this?
This was in the 90s, actually, early 90s. So what I'm saying is that it just appears that things have been constantly depleting. I have been working as an attorney. I've been a prosecutor, prosecuted criminal cases of varying levels of complexity, serious crimes, rapes, murders, and to the simplest of crimes. I prosecuted white-collar corruption crimes at various levels of complexity. I know what it takes to be able to effectively prosecute cases and to effectively represent the people of the Virgin Islands and the amount of time and effort it takes for each case. When I say that we need these additional assistant AGs, it's because it's absolutely necessary. I'm asking.
Well, it's more than AGs. There's a gamut of positions that run in various areas, but you got to also remember that we're tasked with the budget for the entire government. And every entity comes before us and say that we need X amount more employees, and we have to be able to balance being able to make sure that all departments and divisions have an adequate number of employees. The increase, you're going from 168 positions, you're literally increasing almost 100 positions. That's
we have actually, 99 positions are the exact amount.
That's like a 60% increase. It's just very, 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 very ambitious in terms of the numbers that I'm seeing in front of us today. But I'll go out to my other senators so that they can be able to drill down.
Well, I'll just say that the many years of just depleting, the personnel and everything, it came to a point. So it's just a point of trying to build it back up.
Public Works had 800 employees back in the 90s. They're down to 200. But we can't fund 600. But I could tell you had 800 employees because my mom worked there. It's down to 200 and something. But there's no way we can say, well, we need to get it back up now. We can fund 400 positions. We have to incrementally fund these positions based on the fiscal position of the government of the Virgin Islands. And we still have some unknowns. And the big unknowns is still the tourism industry in St. Thomas, the return of cruise ships. The big unknown is the status of Lime Tree. So we have to be very careful as we proceed with the numbers. I mean, definitely we're going to try to make sure the department is going to receive adequate funds, but we just have to carve it out. Yes, sir.
I understand. I am just presenting to you these needs. These are the needs for us to effectively be able to do this and address the short staff.
Are you doing your job? Because you have to defend your department.
I got it.
So
I have to do it,
that.
And it's based on need.
Right.
So I'm.
Okay. Sir.
Yes, Senator. Kai Christopher, Chief Financial Officer. I would like to give the numbers to Senator DeGraff.
Okay, go ahead.
The federal personnel actuals is 1,372,357. Supplies 144,614.
You skip fringe?
Hmm?
You skip fringe.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Oh, sorry. The fringe amount is, let me see, 144,614 instead of supply. Sorry, made an error. The fringe amount is 144,614. Other services and charges is 893,087. Utilities. Okay, let me refer that to Ms. Commissioner Andrews for the.
Okay, I'll come back to you. Okay, just get it together, write it down. I'll come back to you. Senator James, you recognize. Senator Janelle Saro, thank you for coming. Tardy. Thank you.
Good morning to the people of the board. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. I received here is an appropriation and recommendation for $100,000 for the witness program. How we came about
Yes, it will.
Yeah, Kai Christopher, Chief Financial Officer. Yes, it's sufficient to fund the program. Historically, the program only expends up to about approximately $75,000.
So, basically getting from you that a lot of people do not go through the witness protection program, is what you're saying?
No, Senator. Only specific high need people participate in the program. For my clarification, I could, I would refer you to Director Curtis, but.
The reason before anyone answers, we have a lot of high-profile cases in the territory. We saw the increase in homicides throughout the year, and I really want to make sure that when we put programs in place, they are being utilized. So you can proceed with answering that briefly, so my time will not run out.
Well, I would say that with respect to witness protection, those funds, witness protection is ongoing, and we have cases that are ongoing. You cannot predict exactly how much you will have because it all depends on the kind of crimes that are committed. And because once a crime is committed, there might be one, or there might be zero, or there might be like 4 or 5 persons in need of witness protection. So, but as we have been going along for the last few years in witness protection, I can assure you that it is very active and that we do need the funds so that we're not in a position where we run out of funds and something happens. And remember, when there's witness protection, we're talking about assisting when witnesses may be relocated. We may be talking about having them relocated at other locations where we're paying everything for them. So the levels actually change and vary.
Who determines who enters into the witness protection program? What is the process there?
Well, usually there's some review, a request from either the VIPD, and it comes to our office. We usually involve the victim witness person, coordinator there at the AG's office. It comes to me, and I would then review and decide whether or not it is appropriate. And most of the times it is, because usually when a witness or victim is in need of protection and they are willing and requesting it, or that we are recommending it for various reasons for their protection, it would be granted.
Thank you so much. I just want to say at the rate we're going right now in the U.S. for the Netherlands, we definitely need to pay attention to the witness protection program. And I would have thought that they'd have no money there, but we'll see. That's basically $1 for everybody living in the U.S. for the Netherlands. But hey, that's a whole other story. We have $1.4 million paid in leases for rental of land businesses. And out of that $1.4 million, is what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 places are being leased. And out of the 10, the top 3 basically consumes $1.2 million of the budget. So the remaining 7 is below 81,000. The other one for 285,000, the next one for 294,000, and the next one for $650,000. So my question is, I'm not saying that the landlords are not deserving money, but is that the best we can come up with? And is there any plans in place long term to make sure that we have a place that we can call our own? 2 minutes.
That would certainly be a desire on my part. I think it's best if the Department of Justice could get its own building for many years, both buildings, I should say, own facilities instead of paying rent. And that's something we've been actually looking at and considering for both St. Thomas and St. Croix, but it is not something that we can do at this point in time. But if you're asking me if I think that it should happen, I believe that it should.
Okay, well, we definitely need to do something about that. It's sad. 3 properties come up to $1.2 million. But hey, somebody's getting rich off of the Guatemala government. I see here that there's some vacancies for the 22 Assistant Attorney General for the FY 2022 budget. Can you speak to me your strategy in filling those vacancies? Because it seems very ambitious to get 22 Assistant Attorney Generals.
Well, what I would say is that, well, first of all, I'll say that yes, it it may be ambitious, yes, but it's something that we're up to definitely trying because it's absolutely needed. I'll tell you the breakdown. First of all, that would require 10 new assistant AGs in the criminal division. Right now, the strategy, okay. Okay, it'll be applying 10 persons. We're asking so that we can meet the baseline in St. Croix and in St. Thomas. We need to meet a baseline of at least 2 assistant attorneys general in the criminal division assigned to a courtroom. That is absolutely essential. So that's why I called it a baseline. And then that, in addition to that, then we would want a couple specialized attorneys on top of that. To meet the courtroom baseline, we're looking at 10, and that would be, out of the 22, 10, that would be 4 to meet the baseline, which is 1 in St. Thomas and 3 more in St. Croix. For the special prosecution, a specialized prosecution team, it would require 6, and that would be 3 in St. Thomas and 3 in St. Croix. That's the total of 10. Then in 4. Excuse me? We send out our applications to consider everyone from the Virgin Islands and the mainland. But most of the times, it's just historically with the VI Department of Justice, it just so happens, especially in the area of attorneys, most of our attorneys happen to be from the mainland because of the pool is kind of small here. But we seek attorneys from anywhere as long as they can meet the qualifications that we need.
Time.
So, okay, well, I didn't finish saying the rest of the 22, but.
How much is spent on average to send evidence such as blood, DNA, saliva, alcohol, and other others off-island for testing? Can you speak to that? I don't see that anywhere in the budget.
Mr. Christopher?
Yes, Kai Christopher, Chief Financial Officer. We have a grant that is secured to pay for that, and in under its budget is about $20,000.
That's it?
Yes, Senator.
Well, I don't want to abuse my time, but I know recently this body passed Act 7810, the vote of Vice President, which is to start and establish a forensic crime lab in the territory and appropriated $500,000. Hopefully, we can get some more updates regarding how we can save money and be able to have a quicker response time for turning around those evidence and things that we send away to the state. So only $22,000 we expect.
Yes, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead. You're
May
finishing.
I just quickly complete what made up the 22? Because I started with the 10.
Go ahead.
At
Go ahead.
criminal, we took 10, which is 10 of it is with the criminal division, 4 in St. Thomas, 6 in St. Croix. 4 of those are in the civil division, 4 of those are in the solicitor division, and 3 in the white collar crime. And that's what makes up the 22 new assistant AG positions.
Okay, thank you so much. Senator Kenneth Gittins, thank you for coming. Before I go to Senator Francis, can you tell me what's a medical legal debt investigator?
Well, I was hoping that Mr. Hunt would be on so he can clearly define it, but I will tell you generally what it is.
Mr. Hunt is there. He is there.
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Hunt?
Oh, Mr. Hunt.
Unmute your device.
Yes, good morning.
Put your name and title on the record first, sir.
Anthony Hunt, Director of Operation Medical Examiner's Office. Good morning to everyone. And the medical legal death investigator is a position that allows a trained individual to respond to a scene and be able to observe and collect evidence that would assist the medical examiner so that he'll be able to make the proper cause and manner of death. So it's a training that takes some time. It's certified, and the individual would be able to assist the medical examiner in determining the cause of death.
Okay.
And I would just,
And you expect this for criminal cases and?
yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. The medical examiner's office, just to let you know, that's absolutely integral evidence that comes from there in every single homicide case, because the medical examiner establishes cause and manner of death. If you can't establish that with specificity and everything, then that case is gone. So that's how important it is. These medical legal are these medical legal persons, the positions are where they would be trained, not only the ones within that are the forensic technicians now who pick up the bodies and everything, but they'll be trained in more, in a more specialized way with respect to conducting the death scene investigations and assisting the medical examiners. And the medical examiners themselves requested that we do this, and we actually have a training that's supposed to be coming up, scheduled for about 2 of the ones that we have, the technicians we have, that's coming up in December sometime.
Why do you need 6? Mr. Hunt, go ahead. You wanted to put something on the record. Go ahead.
Yes, I wanted to, Anthony Hunt again, Director of Operation. You know, we had the older days where the person, they came and they just picked up the body and they hauled it away and that was the end of it. We're trying to be more modernized where the individual that respond to a crime scene or to a death, any death, once it's out of medical care, that investigator will be trained to look for specific signs, specific evidence that can give the medical examiner all necessary for him to make the proper cause and manner of death. We've been moving towards that. We've scheduled several trainings. As a matter of fact, we're in the process of doing that presently. We taking photographs. We're explaining the position and any cause and other factors that may relate to the death of an individual. And that assists the medical examiner. Sometimes a medical examiner may have to come to the scene. Sometimes it's not necessary. But all death that's out of hospital care, out of medical care, has to be investigated. We can't just assume that grandma just died naturally. We have to investigate. And the training that we're proposing and with the budget, we'll be able to get all investigators, all our medical technicians that assist with the medical examiner. They'll be trained and they'll have the ability certified to be able to perform that function. Okay?
And I would say also, I want to add that this also goes in line with what I have, started with a training and professional development program within the Department of Justice. So they're able to develop professionally within the department. So we want to provide that kind of professional development so they can go at a different level or other levels while on their job and in their jobs, and to be able to offer the more effective services, to the department and ultimately.
What's the educational requirements of this position?
For that position, it requires specified training, which, as Mr. Hunt was talking about, and that is happening that's what I was talking about, that's happening this December.
High school diploma along with the additional training?
Excuse me?
A high school diploma along with the additional training?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yes, definitely. Requires at minimum a high school diploma. And as a training is
these
required.
Individuals, I'm going to go quickly.
Okay.
These individuals are required to become certified?
In order to get this.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. Senator Francis?
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, good morning to you, my colleagues. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands, and of course, good morning to the Department of Justice. Attorney General, I want to thank you for your comprehensive testimony, and I'm also very happy to hear that we're one step closer to getting our initial crime lab component up and running. It only took us 5 years to get to this point, but nonetheless, at least in the St. Thomas District, and it continue to be a work in progress in the St. Croix District, but I'm happy to hear that we're one step closer to making that a reality. In respect to, do you collect any fines or fees or any revenues at all coming to the Department of Justice?
We do not collect. Yeah, we don't collect, no, we do not collect fines or fees. We don't have anything particularly that statutorily that gives us the authority to collect fees or anything for our services. Our services to the public are really free of charge. I would say the only small exception would be perhaps paternity and child support division, where they might have an application fee. Now, our revenue, what revenue we would have coming in would be as a result of actions that we file under the criminally influenced and corrupt organizations, that is the racketeering or SICO statutes, and other settlements from civil lawsuits if we institute civil lawsuits. Sometimes we can even join on civil lawsuits that are national as a part of the National Association of Attorneys General. So that's how we can get our income.
Do you have any such revenues or to report to this body at this time?
Well, I think the most recent one regarding the Takata settlement and the Honda settlement, where in which we were able to obtain a settlement of approximately $1 million, including and in addition to several vehicles that we can use in Department of Justice and in the government. So that's just.
Outside of the vehicles, the $1 million went to what? Did that go into the general fund?
The $1 million under the criminally influenced and corrupt organizations for settlements. In that case, it directs that the funds go to, first of all, to the expenses of prosecution and investigation of criminal cases under that statute, as well as then to also the criminally influenced and corrupt organization. The Criminal Activity Fund as well. So it directs that that's where it goes to the, with respect to the prosecution and investigation of cases first, and the cost associated with it.
Jeopardy?
Excuse me?
Any funds that's expiring in the near future in jeopardy for non-expenditure?
I don't. I will have to refer that to Mr. Christopher.
Kai Christopher, Chief Financial Officer. No, Senator.
Very well. Thank you. In respect to the malpractice cases, you said that you have paid out thus far $1.3 million. How much is owed?
Well, that I do not have that figure. Hold on a second. And I have to tell you that Attorney Russell, who is the head and handles that and provided us with the information, it turns out that she's traveling, so she's not able to get on the Zoom. So I may have to get that information to you later on. You will allow that.
Not a problem. And also I'd like to know about the $1 million that was paid out. How much is owed on those other cases that get done, maybe the tort cases and those others? In
2 minutes.
To your testimony that the contracts doubled over the last fiscal year, what do you contribute or attribute to those doubling of the amount of contracts that have come through the Department of Justice?
I will refer that to the Solicitor General, and that is Pamela Tepper. And Solicitor General's is the section that deals with the review of all contracts for legal sufficiency. Attorney Tepper?
Yes. Good morning, Senator. Pamela Tepper, Solicitor General. We attribute that, I think, mainly to an increased number in construction contracts. MOUs have increased substantially, as well as an increase in making leases current. That's probably the biggest increase that we've seen, and why we've seen that increase, given we've had the hurricanes and some of the other emergencies that have come up, such as the pandemic. We've seen a significant increase.
And your role in those contracts is really to review for legal sufficiency, correct? These are done by the various agencies of government and then come to the Department of Justice for legal sufficiency?
That is correct, Senator.
Very well. And Attorney General, in respect to the new positions that you've asked for, I see that there is 16 special agents and 22 Assistant Attorney General. And again, how realistic do you see your ability to be able to fill these positions. I mean, attorneys are in high demand throughout government, but certainly you have not been able to ramp up so many attorneys in any given 12-month period. How do you intend to ramp up 22 Assistant Attorney General within the next FY 2022?
Well, we have already begun a very vigorous recruitment effort with respect to attorneys general, assistant attorneys general, and that's throughout the U.S. As well as the Virgin Islands, and we are constantly doing it. And we have gotten quite a few interests. I don't know the exact number, but we have hired quite a few just within the last few months. Of course, we have lost some as well, but we have shown that in, let's say, talking about almost 90 days or so, we've been able to hire like 37 employees. I think that going along the road with respect to that or going along with that trend, I believe that we will, with a very vigorous effort, we'll be able to make the hires, and I certainly hope so, but definitely we're going to try because we need it. I have to shoot for excellence. And we do need it because so that we can provide the services to the people of the Virgin Islands with efficiency and effectiveness. And the short staff situation just has to be addressed. So we will make every effort.
Very well. Yes, we have to shoot for excellence, but we also have to be realistic in terms of the funding limitations. Mr. Chair, I did hear my time colleagues have two real quick questions to wrap up.
You may proceed.
If you don't mind.
You may proceed.
Thank you, sir. In respect to attorney retention, which I think is equally challenging, what is the creative ways of discussion are you seeking to be able to retain? If you continue to hire and you're leaving, how are you intending to, what is your creativity in terms of retaining your attorneys?
Well, I think there are a couple factors that we have to look at, and one of those is that the salaries are pretty low, even compared to the salaries of attorneys, even here in the Virgin Islands. We have lost attorneys to positions right there in the Virgin Islands that are paying like a good $15,000, sometimes $20,000 more, right here in the government. And the salaries have been stagnant for quite some time. I believe that helps to make it more attractive, definitely. That would definitely have an impact based on that data. But in addition to that, I just need to say, the Department of Justice has always been sort of a revolving door for attorneys because people come for different reasons and people leave for different reasons. Sometimes they just want a couple years to prepare. Some people really want to be a part of the community and a process here and represent and stay here. So it runs the gamut. But I would say that one of the things that we are doing is just to we have to make the environment, better and conducive for being able to do the work. We want to be able to avoid the burnout that can happen when you have when you're severely short-staffed and you have great responsibility. We don't have the luxury of refusing to do work because it's mandated, but definitely we can do it much more efficiently, much more effectively if we have reasonable caseloads, and I think that helps with the retention significantly.
Very well, thank you. And my final question on this round will be in regards to your lease at the GRS. It's $620,000 on an annual basis. Is that lease up to date? I see that you're in a month-to-month extension, and is it up to date in terms of payment to GRS? Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time. If we could just have the Attorney General respond to that in your time, I'll appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, I'll refer that question to the Chief Financial Officer.
Yes, the payments are up to date.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Senator Francis. Senator Carla Joseph.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to you, including my colleagues and testifiers and our listening and viewing audience. Attorney General, I want to thank you for your presentation. Thank you and your team for all that you do. I know it's a lot of work, it's brain work. as my grandmother would say, and it takes a lot out of you. It's more laborious than if you're doing physical work, because you have to look at creative means to make things work and to defend and prosecute individuals. So you definitely need a lot of qualified people on hand. My questioning is going to go towards some of your statements made, and I'm going to focus in on the paternity and child support division in particular, because I understand how this division works in helping to bridge the gap in poverty. When you have a non-custodial parent who doesn't pay their fair share and doesn't provide the supports to the child, it leaves the children and the entire family at a disadvantage. You indicated in your testimony you have a need for 22 new employees in that division, or?
No. In that particular division, we only have the new employees, I believe there's.
How many employees you have?
Hired 20, okay, I'm sorry, maybe that's where the mistake comes from. We actually hired 22 employees in the last few months.
Okay.
In that division.
And in looking at your needs, is that sufficient to cover your needs for that particular division? What is your wish list for that division to ramp up those services that are needed? Because I see you have 3 clerical assistants for new positions. Those are new and vacant?
Those are new requested positions. A part of the 99 positions that we're requesting would include clerical assistants.
Do you have any vacant positions that you haven't been able to fill?
There's only one of the 4 vacancies we have 1 vacant position that is in paternity and child support that's not encumbered, and that is the the executive secretary position to the director. These positions that you see here, if you look at the attachment here, we have actually 5 positions that we need to fill to really get to the position where we can say, well, not 5, I'm sorry, but 5 position titles. That would be the Assistant Director of PCSD, which is in the 2022 budget, and it's a new position, okay? And that one we have already identified. A person actually hired that person to begin August 1.
Mm-hmm.
There's the clerical assistant position for PCSD. The clerical assistants are the persons who have to be assigned to the telephones primarily. They're like the receptionists. We've had, because of the severe short-staffed situation, we have for a long time gotten complaints that sometimes clients are calling and they don't even answer the phone.
Okay, so let me just halt you there. I want to ask a question because I was looking through the post-audit report, page 14 of 16, specifically, if you'll turn with me to that page, and I saw that there was a discrepancy. Maybe it's me not understanding it, but you have the post-audit reports that the director for the PCSD position is being paid $62,700, while this new assistant that you're bringing on, the assistant director for PCSD, is being paid $79,200. Now, how is it you are rationalizing having the person who is going to be a subordinate to the director of the PCSD earning less?
And that is a very good point. That is very unusual. I'll tell you why. And I'll tell you why. The reason why is that the current director of PCSD is not an attorney. When I came on board, he was already hired when I came on board. But he's not an attorney, which is nothing unlawful about that. However, the assistant director is an attorney. Is the assistant director?
Is the assistant director that you have now looking to hire a barred attorney?
Yes, a barred attorney, and has to be paid on the attorney general scale, Because
But
that's
even at $79,000, 200, that's still not on the Attorney General scale, is it? That question will go towards your human resources individual.
No, that's, I think we're looking at the percentage that we would pay from the general fund.
This is a percentage from the general
because
fund, the 79,200?
Yes. The salary, the full salary is 120.
120.
Yes. And that is the salary generally of management
so the
attorneys.
120, I think is that coming out of the grant, the $79,200? Is that coming out of the grant that is received by the PCSD?
No, the 79,000 is the general fund portion. Okay, hold 1 second. I'll let the chief financial officer get to the
Let me
actual
clarify that for you, Senator.
Thank you.
The 79,200 is from the federal piece of the 66%.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Sorry.
That's exactly what I thought, because I'm looking at the grant funding, and I know you get about, there's a lot of paper here,
It's
sorry.
34.
You get about 6.8 million to support child support enforcement, and I'm suspecting, and you could state on the record whether the funding for this position comes out of that. And what's the cost share?
It's 34% local and 66% federal.
34% local. 66. Okay. Now, Mr. Chairman, I have two more questions, if you would be so kind.
Yeah, quickly.
Okay, thank you kindly. Now, tell me, do you have an indirect cost rate for any of your federal grants?
I'm going to refer this to Kamisha Andrews, who is our grants coordinator for PCSD. Ms. Andrews?
Ms. Andrews?
Sorry about that. Good morning, Senator Kamisha Andrews, Federal Grant Specialist. For which fiscal year, Senator?
Any of your current cost rate?
The current one that we have up to is for the 2019 indirect cost, and that was at the 31.
How much is it? I'm sorry, I missed.
I'm sorry. It's getting like a feedback. Sorry, it's at 31.29 for the 2019 indirect cost rate. We currently don't have a 2020 because that's currently under review.
Have you gotten an extension on this? The 2019 indirect cost rate?
No, we don't have an extension, Senator.
Okay. Finally, my last question is regarding discrimination. Which entity, which one of your divisions handle cases with discrimination relative to prosecute cases relative to discrimination? Did you have an equal employee commission, EEOC, at one point that was housed under the Department of Justice?
Actually, the Civil Rights Division.
The Civil Rights,
Right.
That's it. Thank you kindly. I couldn't remember what it was. Thank you.
At one time, the Civil Rights Division was housed within the Department of Justice for budgetary reasons only. That division was dismantled and disappeared over the period of years. And by the time I got on board, it was gone. And that was one of the casualties of the staff shortages and cuts in funding and everything throughout the years that got us to the point of being severely short-staffed.
So where are the cases relative?
That's it.
Thank you. My time has expired. Thank you kindly.
Senator Fred Gregory, point of inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning. Attorney General, I need to go back to the question that was asked of the previous speaker with regards to the Division of Paternity and Child Support and the director. You specifically noted that the director, the new position that you're bringing on of the assistant director, the salary is higher than that of the director, and the justification was because that individual is coming on, who's coming on is in fact a lawyer. Is that person coming to be an assistant attorney general or an assistant director?
The person is coming on board as an assistant director.
Okay,
However,
so that's my concern. So if you decide to come on in any position, whether you're a lawyer or not, you should not be making more than the director of the position because the director and you don't have the same qualifications. Your justification was because that person have to be on the assistant attorney general pay scale. But that person is coming on as an assistant director, which is a exempt category position. So I am having a little difficult time with understanding the rationale behind. I just see that as breeding morale issues for the director. I see that as breeding morale issues for the other employees that sit within the unit. Regardless if you're an attorney or not, once you take a position outside of the legal world, then you fall into that position. So I need to understand clearly what's the rationale and how do we justify something like that? I just can't see it.
What I'll have to say to that is, first of all, it is not outside the legal world. It is required because of the functions that have to be performed and the supervision of other attorneys within the Paternity and Child Support Division. That position has to be an attorney.
Okay.
Attorney, and so let's say if you have an attorney as that position, as the assistant director, whether it's assistant director or director, that position has the function having to supervise the law, the work, et cetera, of the attorneys within the division. Secondly, the attorneys within the division are assistant attorneys general. So they are making at the attorney's rate as well. Let's say the highest attorney.
So I understand what you're saying.
So we have no choice
so you see the
but to hire an attorney.
And this has really nothing, I don't know that this has anything to do with you per se, but this is what happens when we make decisions that are not within the best interests of our institutions. But let me see. So what is it? The administrative law judges? That's what you have. You have law.
Yeah, those are AHOs. Yeah, administrative law judges. But yeah.
So the AHOs report to who?
To the chief deputy attorney general. They cannot report to the director because they are completely separate. It would be a conflict of interest.
Okay, but you have assistant attorney generals within child support outside of the AHOs. So what is their role?
What they do is they, in fact, if Ms. DeLugo is here, she'll be able to give you more detail.
No, but
they handle the cases. They handle the cases, the legal aspects of the cases. They.
So your see, this is where I get confused. So your and I have to wrap up because this was a point of inquiry, but your case managers. So these are you have case managers or something.
Yeah.
I don't know what the new titles are, but you have case managers, right? So your case managers did deal with the cases. So I'm trying to figure out now how assistant attorney general dealing with these social work type cases.
Only assistant attorneys general can handle legal matters. They deal with the legal matters within the
So how many assistant
division.
attorney generals you have in there now?
Right now, what is the number? Total number? Will be 3 assistant attorneys general. This has been they are the only ones who can handle the actual legal aspects of the cases, the motions, the evaluations, everything, and they're the ones who then have to submit the cases for review to the AHOs for hearing. They're the ones who also conduct the pre-hearing conferences, because once there is once something is going through the process, pre-hearing conferences are prepared. I have to tell you, though, that this is very new. Because
that's why
it has never been in the history of Department of Justice, Paternity and Child Support that the director is not an attorney. So usually the director is an attorney. The assistant may or may not be an attorney, but the director is. And secondly, so there are duties that have to be performed at the manager's
All the
level.
directors have not been bar attorneys. I have to.
I don't
beg
know
to
about
differ.
BART. I know that the directors have been attorneys. That's all I can say.
Thank you.
As far as I know, this is the first.
Okay,
but,
and
yeah.
the Department of Justice created that problem. So this, I'm asking to respond, Attorney General. So Department of Justice need to fix the problem. The original scope for that particular position said attorney, and it was changed at the beginning of the administration to accommodate somebody, correct, HR?
I don't.
I can't answer, sir. I came on last year.
Okay, but
I don't know.
I'm not asking you to respond. Okay. I'm just saying that that was done. And that is the reason why we don't have an attorney in that position, because provisions were changed in order to accommodate someone. And I have no issue with that someone getting a job, but it should not resort to you having to hire an assistant to meet the requirements of receiving those federal monies. So it needs to change. We just need to fix it. It's a simple fix. They got to go back where the director has that legal background, and then the deputy or assistant will be whatever from that point. But we need to fix it because it's really, you're in a difficult position. You have a very good explanation. And we need that in order to retain the federal funds. Correct?
Well, you don't.
We need an attorney.
The federal does not require that a person be an attorney to be a director. What I'm saying is that with respect to the funding, with respect to the functions and the responsibilities that have to be performed by the director or management director or assistant director, with respect to that, the creation of policy, legal policy, and all that, it has to be an attorney.
So therefore, are you saying that
at least one position has to be an attorney?
Well, which one do you think should be the attorney?
Well, right now, it's the assistant director, because I just hired that person to be the attorney to carry out the functions that are necessary to get everything running properly.
Senator Zapata, you recognize.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to Attorney General George and your executive team. Attorney General George, I want to start my line of questioning by reflecting back on a conversation, testimony that was offered by the Director of Corrections, Winnie Testermark, when she was here. I know you may not have been privy to it. And a big part of what she said spoke about the criminal justice system and the treatment of persons who are suffering from mental illness. Just the whole process. She mentioned at one point that you had petty crime, mentally ill persons who committed petty crimes and misdemeanors who can potentially be in the system for like 3 years incarcerated. And I just wanted to get your thoughts on how we can do a better job, how the criminal justice system can do a better job dealing with the mentally ill.
And you said that specifically the criminal justice system. I'll tell you one thing. What we need in the territory and what the territory can do is to have adequate mental health, an adequate mental health facility to treat and care for the mentally ill. This is a really big struggle for the prosecutors because sometimes we're in a situation an arrest is made, and particularly with respect to violent offenders, we are caught in a situation where we have to ask that they be detained for the protection of the community or the victim or whatever the situation might be if they're violent offenders. So that always has to be our first priority. Yet at the same time, we're aware that unfortunately, sometimes they are acting out because of their illness. And I think mental illness is about the only thing where you get punished for your symptoms.
Correct.
One thing I would like to say, though, I would like to give Attorney Chancellor an opportunity to comment on that because he directly deals with that situation on an ongoing basis. So, if Attorney Chancellor, can you comment on that with respect to the senator's
Yes,
question?
thank you, Attorney. Thank you, Attorney General. Senators, good day again. This is Eric Chancellor. I am the Deputy Attorney General on St. Croix. As the Attorney General says, what we need is a facility in the Virgin Islands to treat our mentally ill. So we have some who commit petty crimes and some who commit more serious crimes. There's a void in the law as to what we will do with those individuals. We need proper facilities. We need personnel in order to give timely and appropriate evaluations for these individuals so that they can be placed. But that is the main issue. And as the Attorney General says, we spend an inordinate amount of time dealing with mental health issues as Attorney General. It really takes away from a lot of the other work that we have to do. And many times we're put in the position of being social workers and not being able to prosecute the way we need to.
Thank you for your comments, and I agree. I mean, I think that we're criminalizing a medical disorder, medical disability, and we definitely need to do a better job collectively, I think, and I'm sure the AG, the judicial system, the legislature, the executive branch really have to take this matter seriously to address it. AG George, what would you say is the turnover rate for attorneys at justice? How long is the average new attorney staying at justice?
I've never really done a study of that. As I tell you, it really varies. We can expect, usually expect at least a minimum of 2 years. I would say that they do that. If it's at the lower end, sometimes earlier than that for reasons that can vary. And some stay for a very long time. Some people want government service and function as career public attorneys, such as myself and Attorney Jacobs, and
right.
So some of it, that is our choice. So it really varies. It's hard to say.
Okay, I know you and Attorney Jacobs have been stalwarts there at Justice for many years. We appreciate your service. And Attorney General, I'm not one to chastise you for the virtually doubling of your budget. I really think that it is imperative for departments and agencies who come down here for a budget hearing to tell us what their needs are to effectively run their department. Because we are going to be chastising you when you come down and request an inadequate budget as to why we have gaps and weaknesses in your division, in your department. What would you say is the most significant adjustments to your budget to justify the $16.4 million versus the $9.7 previously? What are we seeing differently this go around for FY22?
I would say definitely the most significant is that we need to have the Assistant Attorneys General in the various divisions, as I've broken them down. In the criminal area, criminal prosecution, we need to understand that a crime is not solved at arrest. A crime is solved at conviction, because an arrest sitting there and not the proper prosecution and going out, not going through that process, it just goes, it's gone. Criminals then back on the streets.
Time.
So that's something. So I would say that, along with the investigators, and may I just finish my answer? As far as the investigators of offenses, I've heard on many legislative hearings, I've heard from people telling me, I've heard that many cases when other persons and other topics appear before here, there are so many senators who call out, Why doesn't the Attorney General's office investigate this? Calling on the Attorney General to investigate that. I've been pleading with the Attorney General to investigate these issues, and they are very important issues, but I can't do it without the investigative team. I can't do it without the prosecutor and the lawyers who are going to assist. It's just one of those things, and it's important because I think it's important for the Attorney General. It's very important for the Attorney General to be proactive when they see something that's happening, that maybe that the people of the Virgin Islands, citizens are not getting the benefits of, let's say, for instance, a government contract from the vendors. Maybe if the citizens aren't getting, it should be something where Attorney General is able to pull together a task force, investigate certain things. But definitely going to be asking all the time for the Attorney General to investigate this and that. I think that's great, wonderful. That's my job. But we're going to need the people to do it.
Bodies. So. Mr. Chair, may I ask one final question?
Go ahead, proceed.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your comments, AG. My next question really has to do with attorneys, your prosecutors. In your view, and I know it has been a discussion that I've heard over the years, are attorneys or should attorneys general be a part of a collective bargaining agreement? Should they be unionized, given their function, given what they do? Should they be in a collective bargain, a part of a collective bargaining agreement?
Well, you know,
and I don't want to get in trouble.
Been a deep, right? I think I've gone back and forth on that issue, and you know, having been an assistant attorney general for so many years, when I first came in, I said, no way, I don't want to be a member of any union. But then time passed, and I saw that why it benefits sometimes. It's a benefit. And part of the reason why is because assistant AGs are faced with having to prosecute sometimes people who are politically connected to persons. They might, and you know, or friends of certain people. And you want maybe them to have some kind of protection, not to feel like they can just be randomly or, you know, without cause just fired, and don't feel like their job is in jeopardy if they vigorously do their job in prosecuting a person that may or may not have the kind of influence, you know, that over them. So that really was the final thing that got me to the conclusion that perhaps it is a good thing.
So you're leaning towards them remaining in the bargaining unit?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, AG. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for your time.
Thank you, Attorney General. You came prepared today to fight for your additional staffing.
We want the same things, Senator Whaley. Your passionate pleas are heard, and I would love to join you in that. I really do. But we have to have the manpower to do it. I'm not kidding.
Let me ask you two questions before we go to the next senator. We haven't had a jury trial in a year and months for criminal cases, correct? A year and maybe 3 months?
Yeah, since COVID.
Since COVID.
Yeah, right. Mm-hmm.
So the judiciary was before us, and they said that come September, which in our estimation is too long before they resume jury trial, that they're going to have about 20 cases ready to go. Is the Attorney General office ready to go? In this year and 3 months, have the attorneys been working on these cases, completing all of the investigation necessary to move forward, evidence-based? Are we ready that we have a X number of cases, 30, 40 cases, that we could say we are ready now to prosecute, and we don't have to request an extension?
We have been preparing, and I'm going to let the chief of the Attorney McRae, as well as Attorney Chancellor, indicate what the preparations have been.
No, I ain't got to be detailed.
Oh, okay.
I want to know how many criminal cases do we presently have, and how many of those cases are we ready now to move forward with? As the Office of the Attorney General, we have completed all that we need to do. We're ready to move forward. And who's going to answer that?
St. Croix. Could be either Attorney Chancellor or Acting Chief, but Attorney Chancellor, I know that you've been planning all along.
Yeah,
do you have that information?
Yeah, generally, once the case is filed, we are usually ready.
No, I'm asking now. Right now, Attorney Chancellor, we had a year and a half of no case, a year and 3 months of no criminal cases. How many cases under the watch of the Attorney General office are we right now prepared? We have completed all the other stuff we need to do. How many cases we ready to go with right now?
We are ready to go with whatever cases the court sets at this point.
No,
we don't know which cases.
And I know that. I know you don't know.
But
wait, try to understand me. I'm not saying that you know which cases the court is going to set. The court said they're going to go from, I guess, the most serious, etc. I'm just asking, if we have 100 cases, how many of those cases have we completed all of the investigatory work, everything that we need, that we feel confident to proceed on with that case, that we don't need to say we need 4 more months, we need 5 more months?
I would tell you, generally, once we file the case, we've completed the investigatory work. We always say it's never completed in case until the case goes to trial. But we have enough that we feel that we can go to trial and reach a jury once the case is filed.
Okay, so
see, what happens is that, and I understand what he's saying so that you can understand, is that once we have the witnesses and everything, the motion practice, which usually takes time and all that, but once that is ready and everything, then it's pretty much just ready to find out which ones are going forward. Because remember, their caseloads are very, very high. So that's why it's a good idea for the court to be able to say in advance, these are the first 20 that are coming on.
Right,
so then you'll know that to contact witnesses and do what you have to do to put it together. You work on that first. So
I just want and this is for both the judiciary and the AG. And I said it during when the courts are before us. A number of individuals awaiting trial have been killed on the streets. And I guess to a certain degree, street justice have taken place because we have not had an opportunity to bring those cases to court. We can't continue to have a backlog, and the blame is being passed from one to the next to the next. So at some point, we're going to have to be able to expedite these cases so that individuals who are arrested, a determination is made in the court as to whether or not they're guilty or innocent, so we can move on. At some point, we have to reset. Are you in agreement with the Speedy Trial Act? Do you favor a Speedy Trial Act?
I don't think, especially at this time, that it's necessary, or even at this time with the, with coming off of COVID and having this, this huge backlog. I would not say that I just say I will agree with it, and I think it takes a lot of time to look at all the factors. But I got to say that the purpose, the reason for the backlog is a combination of a lot. It's not one blaming another. It's just that it's a combination of a lot of things, which includes.
But we had a backlog before COVID.
Mm-hmm.
So it existed. We have detainees for 10 years.
Mm.
And I can provide names of individuals who have been detained for 10 years plus.
And that's a combination of so many things. A lot of times it's the defense attorneys do want to continue for whatever reason. Sometimes it's that we don't get, the only time that I say that usually that we may not get the evidence, let's say chemical evidence, DNA or something, but usually, let me ask Attorney Chancellor, and I'm going to ask Attorney McRae at the same time. But I think the public needs to understand what the situation is. Because
we know what the situation is. Mm-hmm. Individuals have a basic.
You got to know how to address it.
The layman out there ain't really worried about
the what?
The common person outside. The lay person.
Mm-hmm.
They're not concerned about our internal issues. They're only concerned about these cases moving forward. They're concerned about somebody being arrested for murder and being out on the street 2-3 years. They're concerned about somebody being arrested for violation of weapons and being on the street for 2-3 years. They're concerned about somebody that was arrested multiple times being killed. And then it just continues on and on. So I'm just saying within the judicial system, within the AG, you guys have the expertise, you have the legal know-how. We just need to develop a mechanism to speed up these cases. The district court, they're having jury trial, but the local court system, none. My thing is, why couldn't we just replicate exactly what the district court is doing to speed up? But that's outside of this. I'm getting outside the scope. So let me go to Senator Donna Fred Gregory because I want to come back to malpractice insurance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to the Department of Justice family. Attorney General, how are you doing today?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Great. All right, I want to go back to the budget. I want to go back to, so we sort of had a discussion around the personnel services and the fringe benefits, and I hear your justification. I think you have pled your case this morning about the need for additional positions. However, all of us know that all of the positions that you're asking for will not, you made a very interesting comment when you said that this didn't happen overnight. So I think that we need to have an incremental discussion around how to support the needs of the Department of Justice from a more realistic perspective. But also, even if we were in a position to accommodate the requests that's in front of us, I think it's important for us to also acknowledge that, I think the chair mentioned it, that we will not be able to fill all of these positions come October 1. So some sort of incremental percentages need to be applied to the positions as far as a 75%, 50%, et cetera, because a lot of times you don't find yourself filling these positions until long after half of the fiscal year has passed. So that's another discussion that we need to have around your ask. And of course, as we look at your budget for FY 2021 and prior, you barely expended, I think you're up to expending about $10 million of your budget for this fiscal year against the personnel services in particular, based on the calculations. I don't see you expending more than that based on your vacancies and when you brought on those employees. But anyway, so I wanted to make sure I put that on the record. But I looked at your other services and charges category, and there is a reduction of almost $500,000. What's the reason for that reduction? As well as there's a reduction in your utilities as well. So I also need to find out from you, what is your actual utilities cost for, what are you projecting for FY 21, or what were your actuals in FY 2020?
Okay.
Yeah.
The reduction in utilities was due to moving our monies from the utilities into, you mean for the reduction in utilities for fiscal 22?
Right.
Okay.
I'm just saying overall, the question is, what is your true utility cost? Do you have that number?
The true utility cost is about $350,000.
350, and right now the FY 2022 recommendation is 257.
Yes.
Okay. So that in itself presents a problem for you to cover your utility expenses. And I guess at some point once we meet back with the government's financial team, we need to find out how much money is actually in the single payer account, how much money is projected to be left in the single payer account. That may be the reason for the reductions in the utility accounts.
May we explain that? Because there has been a change.
No, that's fine. I just need to stay with this because that's what's in front of us. You could, explain it after. And then I find that, and this is for all the government entities that rent from the government employees retirement system. When was the last time you actually had a lease agreement in place?
We have a lease agreement in place. It's month to month. So we have to comply with the laws.
Your lease
lease
agreement
doesn't
is
just
on month to
end.
month?
It's on month to month now because the initial term expired.
Right.
And so that's why we still have to operate under the lease.
So stay
right
with me.
now.
Stay with me, Attorney General. When was the last time you had a lease agreement that was not expired? An actual lease
initial
agreement?
term?
Yes.
Since the initial term
It's
expired.
been forever.
He would tell me.
1998.
Yeah. Why is it that we can't come, these government entities cannot come to a lease agreement with the government employees retirement system? What they're doing is wrong.
We have been negotiating, but we're still.
Forever. You've been negotiating for over 10, 15 years. Negotiations cannot take that long. It's not you alone, it's also the Division of Personnel. I don't understand why GRS is doing what they're doing here. It's every government entity that is yourself and the Division of Personnel. So this is an issue. And I know that you have a number of your lease agreements, the terms are month to month. So it means that you are in negotiations, or what is the action?
We have completed negotiations for, let me see. We have
I mean,
complete-
while you're answering that question, I just need to get some clarification. Attorney General, and I know you made a passionate plea for your positions, but I'm seeing that you have a number of, how many special agents do you currently have on board?
Can you tell me how many?
And then you have some, what's that title? Medico-legal.
Debt investigator.
Medico-legal debt investigator. What are those positions? I'm sure they're tied to the.
Yeah, it has to do with the Detzstein investigation, working with the medical examiner.
Okay, so-
And that is what they do is that was one that Director Hunt was explaining, but what they do is that they're trained, they have to be trained and certified. But what they do is it's with respect to doing the investigations at the scene, collecting the samples and the evidence that they, in order to determine.
How were we
possible-
doing that before?
Well, we have before it was done at a much limited basis.
Yeah, but how we were
have
doing
the
it-
forensic technicians would be the ones to basically pick up the bodies.
Time.
And I think the best way to answer that question actually will be Mr. Hunt,
Yeah, I
because
mean,
he'll be
you
able
have- you
to
have the-
describe exactly what they do.
You have the medical examiner, and then you have your medical examiner technicians, and then I see you have a physician technician as well.
That was at the request because I found it necessary. We needed to be able to upgrade the services of the medical examiner's office that they had not been able to for years, and in order to improve the services that they can give. That was one of the positions that the medical examiners themselves had requested from the time I came on board. With respect to what is needed to be able to help to get them
Mr.
to be able
Chair.
to do their jobs better and more efficiently.
So
we
have a number of people who die here from gunshot wounds, of course, but the medical examiner, the work that the medical outside of that, in addition to that, does a lot of work tied to individuals who die outside of the hospital.
Yes.
So how many of those types of cases do we have that would require us to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 medico-legal death investigators plus the special agents? I think I see you have 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And then you have an analyst, I'm not sure what that is. You have about 11 or 12 requests for special agents.
Okay, for special agents, I'll tell you why we need so many special agents. We need special agents to investigate white-collar cases. We need special agents to investigate, to do background checks, which is what a lot of us do at this time. We need the special agents to assist with the arrests and the address verifications of our sexual registry. We need special agents also to assist attorneys in the prosecution in the finding of witnesses, the apprehension of witnesses. We need the special agents also for the extraditions that need to be done. These cases that the special agent also, to investigate, also to help to investigate cases, assist the civil attorneys with cases, lawsuits that come in all the time to the government, and to assist in the investigation on behalf of the government so that we can have a proper defense. The special agents.
So I am like a little off with this, and I have to wrap up because my time has been cut.
Okay.
But you have VIPD, right?
Mm-hmm.
and you have the, what do you call them, detectives that does their investigation of certain things. So
Right.
behind their investigation, you have another set of investigation going on?
Well, actually, as I indicated to you previously, is that when you have an arrest, it doesn't. Of course, that's when the BIPD, they do the investigation, everything, and let's say you have an arrest. At that point in time, then the responsibility sort of shifts as it is going over to then the prosecution. A lot of times the prosecution, especially when going to trial, requires the need of additional assistance. Now, the BIPD, the detective, is a case agent, is the case agent. They have the responsibility to do that. Sometimes it requires, and the prosecution requires, particularly when it's related directly to trial, it's sometimes, and in fact many times, in the most capital of cases and complex of cases, we need the additional assistance. And that's where we then have to, step in. And that's so that we can get the prosecution to get it to the end so that we can get the conviction. And then that is completed at that time.
Mr. Chair, my time has been called. I want to thank you for the leeway, but I think that we need to have a special discussion outside of this discussion with the Office of the Attorney General. It's because I am a little leery about some of what I'm hearing as it relates to the relationship between VIPD and the Attorney General and the need for these special agents in between what the detectives should be doing, et cetera. So, I mean, I'm not in your shoes and I don't know the hand that's dealt you, so I can't really make any judgment, but I am a little amiss about how that whole process should work and is working as we speak. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
And I welcome
Senator.
that. Okay.
How many new special agents do you want? HR?
I'll have to get that number to you.
I think I count 15.
16.
And I was somewhere 16 new, and you presently have 6, correct?
The number I have is we presently have 8.
How much you have? 8 presently?
Yes,
You want
8.
16, so you want 24 special agents.
And that includes the.
So you're
or
trying
the-
to- you're
that
trying to get-
includes the white collar division. That includes, because remember, we do have to do a multitude of background
But
checks and other investigations.
you have 8, and you want 16, so you want a 200% increase in special agents. So if you are supposed to get this,
We need it. to do the
this all that you're proposing,
The what?
if you're supposed to get all these positions that you're proposing, what would be the implication on cases?
The implication on cases?
Would cases, would we severely reduce the amount of detainees that we have? More than half of Golden Grove are presently detainees.
Okay, well, one thing I would say, as I indicated to you before, and I believe the judiciary did as well, that they indicated that it is a combination of things. So I can't say that just if we get, our part definitely will definitely improve the efficiency and the effectiveness and the speed. If you're talking about 72 cases and you got 4 investigators, if you do the math, if you have 10 investigators, naturally these things go fast.
Okay, and I know the next senator is going to drill down, so I'm not going to go there anymore. But when you bring in an additional staff, there must be an outcome, a desired outcome. But I just wanted to explain medical malpractice quickly. Who's a medical malpractice person?
That is Attorney Russell, and that's the person that I told you that she contacted us this morning and she would not be able to attend. And
But
she
you
would have
could
all-
answer the basic questions, right?
It depends. It can have attorney, yes, Attorney Tepper, or Attorney Jacobs would be able to.
The medical malpractice that is presently being utilized is a self-insurance by Department of Health? The Department of Health have a self-insurance for medical providers?
Essentially, it's funded, the insurance is funded through Department of
The insurance
I'll let Attorney Jacobs.
we don't have they're not insured by private insurance. They're insured by the true Department
the
of Health
government. Yes,
and
the
a premium
government.
that they pay to the government, correct?
Yes, to the government, right.
So the monies collected in a fund is never sufficient for the payout, correct?
I cannot answer that, that it's never sufficient. I know that they've been being paid.
Yeah, they've been paid because
sometimes it takes time.
And they've been paid because the general fund is providing the monies for those payout. What is common practice? What is common practice in other states? The government to have a self-insurance, or for them to pay a medical malpractice provider?
I am not in a position to answer that. I do not know what is the situation in
The
other
young lady
states.
here, ma'am. Can I say your name?
Oh, yes. Good afternoon, Senator Carol Thomas Jacobs, Chief Deputy Attorney General. What happens in terms of the Virgin Islands is that the healthcare providers would pay a premium to the Department of Health, and the payments for the settlements are paid from the premiums. That is what should happen. I'm not aware of settlements being paid from the general fund. Only the Department of Health could tell you if that's the case, but as far as we're aware that they're paid from premiums. What happened in the Virgin Islands may not be the same in other jurisdictions because the Virgin Islands is frankly unique. I think when you look at the history of the statute.
Unique in terms of?
And that's what I'm going to say. When you look at the history of the statute, one of the reasons why I believe this medical malpractice scheme came about was because it was our way to ensure that we have the expertise and the number of specialists in our jurisdiction. Otherwise, they won't come. You have to make it attractive because the cost of medical malpractice is so high. So that's one of the reasons why I believe the legislature at the time came up with this system in the Virgin Islands. Is one way to ensure that the people of the Virgin Islands has adequate health care by getting the doctors to come to the Virgin Islands.
And we pay for any doctor that is employed by the hospital or a federally qualified health center, we pay the cost of that insurance, a medical malpractice insurance? The government?
I think any local physician can participate.
Yeah, but who pays the cost for those individuals who work at the hospitals? The hospital?
I'm not quite sure. I think the hospital or the Department of Health might be in a better position because they're the ones, we handle the cases for them and for the medical malpractice fund and program. So we just handle the cases. But the program is not under Department of Justice.
Right, it's under Department of Health, but you facilitate. But to your knowledge, Attorney Jacobs, is this common in other states, in other jurisdictions? This way that we're doing it?
I don't know if it's common, Senator, and I would have to look at it, but I could just tell you what happens in the Virgin Islands.
I know what happened, but
so I don't know if it's
what happened don't mean it need to continue to happen. So I'm trying to find out because dentists in the Virgin Islands, they have to provide their own medical malpractice through private insurance, correct? Or you don't know?
I don't know that.
Dentists also can participate. I know of dentists who participate in the Department of Health self-insurance program.
I do know that because we do, and like I said, our only role is as far as handling the cases, and I have to approve settlements, and I have approved settlements from dentists as well.
Yes.
As general. And but it is pursuant to the legislation and the terms.
Okay, well, we
on
got
that,
I mean, it's not under you. We'll find out more, colleagues, but we pay in the premiums, and then we self-insurance. We shall self-insurance, and we're losing on both ends. And we will have a deeper discussion. Point of inquiry, Senator Fred Gregory.
So I'm a little confused. So if my memory serves me correct, I know that the Department of Health pays for malpractice insurance for those doctors that come to work under the Department of Health, right?
They pay out settlements.
So they pay out settlements. So in your testimony, I think the Attorney General said that y'all have paid out 1.2 and about that amount this year, right?
Well,
something like that. So I guess what the concern is have we ever done an analysis to determine, so we're self-insured?
Then
It is
Senator,
government.
Senator, they pay, the doctors have to pay insurance. They pay the premium to the.
So then why, when we settle, we still paying it out of the government funds? That's where my confusion
I don't know
come in.
where, I think you, like we said, we have no information that supports the claim
But where
that
the
they paid
$1.2
out of
million
the.
come from?
It does come from government.
Yeah.
Whether it's from the insurance fund or the general fund.
That's
but
where my confusion
It should be
is.
coming from the insurance fund, but whether or not it is government funds, we
So
do
then
know
we are
that.
self-insured, but if my memory serves me correctly, I recall us having that discussion with the Commissioner of Health, and they pay for those insurance. So why is it that once there's a malpractice suit, if you will, that we are not, once we settle those cases, we are not, Attorney General, you familiar with this? You've worked at the Department of the Port Authority, right? So why is it that we are not utilizing the insurance companies' dollars once these cases are settled? If we pay an insurance company, they got to pay for the settlement?
Well, that's because of the law that establishes that insurance fund.
But why are we paying for the insurance then? Okay, thanks. Thank you. Wow.
Title 27, 166E, subsection 166E. The government of the Virgin Islands shall provide financial assistance or the payment of premiums for healthcare providers who are employed by government agencies to perform or furnish healthcare on the following basis. So we pay for them. And then I don't have the next section up now, but the next section says that the Department of Health shall have a self-insurance. So you help with the settlement, but that's the next meeting. Senator Sarro.
Thank you, and good morning to all. Attorney General, I want to spend some time on your personnel. Quite confusing. Okay. I'm looking on page 8 of 16 post-audit, Program Management Assistant, 75K. What is that person?
Okay, let me get to this. Page
8.
And program management assistant, what
What's
number
that?
is that?
What program is that assistant managing for 75K?
That's number,
It's not number.
it's captain's position.
Oh, program management assistant, 75.
Who's HR?
I'm not
Where's
sure
HR?
who is
Where's
that.
HR?
HR.
Good morning, Senator.
Let's have a chat. Program management assistant, 75K. What are we managing? Is that a new position? What is that?
It is a newly created.
Why?
No, it's,
Tell me the duties of a program management assistant.
okay, just 1 second for clarification. We're looking at the first one, program management assistant that's listed under there on page 8. Is that?
But the HR seems
is
to have
that
the answer, and my time is running. I need to reclaim. Thank you. Mr. HR, tell me what is the duties of the program management assistant?
I'll have to get back to you with that because I don't want to speculate or give wrong information as it pertains to his actual.
Do you have a rough idea of what program they're managing? That they're their assistant to?
Oh.
And it's from the
want to-
general fund, apparently, as I see.
I want to say that
okay.
part of his duties is part of like fleet management, but I don't want to say that.
Okay.
Come
All right,
AG.
I know.
Talk to me, AG.
Okay. There is a program management assistant position, and I'm not going to be at liberty to discuss individual performance
No,
of
no, I just
individual
need to
persons.
know what
But the position, okay, the role of that is to assist with the managers in every area of management within that division. It is.
No, Attorney General.
Yes, that is what the requirement is, just like a
General?
program assistant or an
Hold on.
executive assistant.
Attorney General, I went law school, but I think I could smell when you gave me a diplomatic answer. Evidently, we created a position here for 75K that none of you could explain what a program management assistant is for. And I have to drill on the personnel listing because there's an exorbitant increase in your personnel listing, but you have makeup positions there because HR can't tell me, you tell me that a program management assistant is to assist the managers in, that sound like, I don't know what a song like. I wouldn't say what it sound like, but it doesn't sound sensible. Now let's go to your deputy solicitor general and the solicitor general making the same salary. Is that accurate? Page 10 of 16.
Actually, no, it's not accurate. There was
What
an
is this?
error.
Tell me the salary.
Actually, the deputy, we have a solicitor general. So you see that it's listed as a new position.
Okay,
So
and then-
the error is that
Tell me the pay difference.
the actual position is, the actual position is supposed to be the special counsel to the attorney general. Am I correct?
But you are, that's listed.
That was an error. with
So what
respect
would the
to-
special counsel to the, tell me the salary, what would the SG be making, 126?
Let me get,
Yes.
Mr. Chair,
Hi,
I'm able to get answers to
Mr.
you.
Christopher, please.
Yes.
They be
give that
making
information.
126, and what would the special counsel be making?
Special counsel will be making 126 also.
So the special counsel and the solicitor general making the same salary?
Yeah, because special counsel is a special counsel position or like a general counsel position specific to the attorney general. And that kind of position is it's a position that requires a great deal of research and investigation in a confidential matters.
Okay, so now
And
let's go to your
so-
special agents, because you have an exorbitant increase in your special agents. Your special agents are making roughly, I see one for 61,000, one for 75,000, one for 70,000, one for 72. In your new salaries for your special agents, two will be coming on as 85,000, three at 70,000. Can you explain why your new positions are roughly more or equal to than your existing special agents?
Well, it's because first of all, the salaries are based on level of experience in investigating cases.
So what's
the
this
investigative
level you're
skill.
advertising?
So the levels, I'm advertising for all levels because all levels, as you see with respect
So what's
to
your
the
levels when you
new-
advertise? What does it say? Special agent 3, special agent
No, I
2?
don't. We don't do it that way. They are exempt positions and highly confidential. But what we do is that we evaluate it according to the experience. If you have a person, let's say for white collar investigations, if we have fraud investigators who have experience in financial investigations and financial crimes, and they have 20 years of that. You can't get anyone with that kind of experience and
Attorney
expertise we
General,
need
So your
for
salary
less than
range,
that.
so your salary range for your special agents seem to be very subjective. Like the
It's- yes,
federal
it
government
is.
has like a scale. We don't have no, okay, so
No.
hold on, so then you have, so I'm going on the same report, right? So you have assistant attorney generals making 78,000, 80,000, I have them well highlighted here. Next one at 78, next one at 78, another one at 78, 85, but you bring in a special agent and making more than your assistant attorney general?
Well, actually, that is a
Talking
problem.
to the mic for me.
Actually, that is a problem that we're trying to address with respect
So
to
what do you have
increasing the
allocated?
assistant attorneys general's positions.
So what do you
And
have
so that's why
allocated?
we're doing that.
Hold on 1 minute.
So I'm answering the
Attorney
question.
General, but Attorney General, when the senator is trying to intervene, you have to give her an opportunity to speak. You can't speak
wanna make sure.
over her. You gotta make sure your time. I'm not gonna give you time, but you have to listen and answer her questions because she's intervening. Senator Sorrow.
So what are you allocating in the budget to make your assistant attorney generals whole that they wouldn't be making less than the special agents that you are hiring? Because I don't know if you guys watching this listing, but I don't know who doing the pay scale, what's the pay scale, but the pay scale is totally out of sorts. So what do you have allocated in this budget? One, Attorney General, to increase the salary of your assistant AGs making less than your special agents, and what do you have allocated for some of the special agents that you are hiring that will be making more than the existing special agents that I am sure have years of
of experience, because the subjectiveness of the pace of the personnel listing remains cause for concern in light of the fact that you are asking for an additional 10 million or so in personnel services. So I need you to help me understand. You may proceed.
Well, what it is that, as I've said from the beginning, and I've said it again, I think, in my presentation, the assistant AG salary scale has to increase. It is way too low. And it really, you're correct in that it really is required to be increased where it is higher. The lowest assistant attorney general is higher.
Attorney General,
I cannot put that in this. What amount are you asking for?
If you want to give your increases to your assistant attorney generals, and we are what have you projected an additional 2 million? What in scrubbing of your personnel listing, what have you come up with? What numbers have you come up with to make these adjustments?
Okay, I have come up with
They're unionized?
Yes, I was just going to say, I've come up with what I have in my mind, but we have to go to the union, and we have, and I mentioned it also in my presentation. We are going to collective bargaining negotiations later on, so I couldn't include that in here.
So your special agents are in a union too?
The special agents are not unionized. They are exempt employees, and they are paid according to the experience and expertise. And there are different levels of complexity, different level of complexities of cases that they will have to investigate. Persons who have experience in conducting complex investigations will, or education and experience in conducting complex investigations will naturally be paid way higher.
Okay, Attorney General, so I noticed a bunch of assistants, right? I don't see any assistant director for special investigations. Do you have one?
No.
Do you need one?
We have no, we don't.
Is anybody
not right now
in that capacity?
No, but we do have a special agent in charge that's in St. Croix, and also a special agent in charge at paternity and child support. So they take on the management role of.
Are they being fairly compensated?
Yes, I believe they are. They are, in fact.
They are?
Yes.
I'm looking at your personal listing, and I'm not easily confused, but you have a special agent in charge at 65, making 75,000. So if you're bringing on a special agent again for 85,000, and you have a special agent in charge making 10,000 less than the people that you're hiring, help me understand.
Because they're not under the SID, they're not under the Special Investigations Division. Those two positions and a couple more are under the white collar corruption division. That is a completely separate org, and it has a completely different set of requirements, and they report directly to the director of the white collar crime unit. So it's a separate division.
Mr. Chair, spend a lot of time on this. And you have an HR sitting in the corner, and the HR has yet to thoroughly explain to me the HR matters, because if I am to be fair, your vacancy listing, your personnel listing is confusing, and if you hire people at these salaries with the existing employees making that amount, this is Cocoa Bear on top of yours.
We have to increase the assistant attorney general's position.
May I ask you a question?
And so that's just something, but I can't talk on that.
Okay, I noticed your vendor payments. I have Westlaw.
On average, the yearly basis for Westlaw averages about 5,000 a month. $812.
9,000 how much?
812.
And then you go to paternity and child support, it takes you to another website. That website was last updated in 2010. Who maintains that website? Because it doesn't look like your home website. Who's maintaining
We're
that?
actually working on that. We just revamped our Department of Justice website, which also has information with respect to paternity and child support and the link. We are just starting to work on a couple months ago with respect to getting someone to revamp that website, because both websites were very, very old. By the time I came, there were no changes. You will see a newer website for Main Justice, and then soon, I would say within this year, a few months, you will see a new, more client interactive type website also for the Division of Paternity and Child Support.
Mr. Chair, thank you. We need to look at the personnel listing and scrub it thoroughly. And if this is a budget hearing, our vendor listing, the vendor listing is not even there, and they clearly have vendors that they're paying, and we don't even know where they fall under, who they're paying, if they're up to date, what's the contract, when the contract expire, and this is a budget hearing. I know you can't appear in court without the information, so the same has to be given to this body. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Saros. Mr. Christopher, if you can provide for us a list of all of the vendors that are paid on an annual basis. When you came up, HR, with the special agent, I know you have them in different departments, whether it's white collar or divisions.
Mm-hmm.
So you're saying that the pay is based on the division that they're based under?
The pay is based on, their experience and expertise. In the white collar division section, where there's separate sections, there's some that are specifically under the white collar division section. There's
fine,
one,
but they're all special agents. I'm asking, do you have
special agents or investigators / investigators?
So do you have a set scale that they're going to follow? Whether your special agent in charge is under whatever department, the key factor is that you say in charge, which means that they're in charge of who? Other special agents? In charge of what?
Under SID, Special Investigations Division.
But it doesn't make a difference. A special agent in charge shouldn't be making less than a special agent coming in for the criminal. They're all special agents.
Not necessarily, because they're different types. If we want to change, we could change the title, but there are different requirements and under the different divisions. Let's say we have a special agent that would come in under SORNA.
Hold up. Mm-hmm. So you have a special agent in charge under each division? No.
I don't understand.
Do you have a special agent in charge under each division?
No, because the SID, Special Investigations Division, that is the General Investigations Division that handles all of those functions of witness protection, background checks, etc. You have the specialized divisions that will have a special agent or a investigator assigned to them. So let's say not only white collar division, which requires people with expertise in fraud investigations and financial investigations and complex investigations. We have some that are being trained that can come in and they don't have any experience that are going to be trained in that. They make less. Then we're trying to attract right now the kind of investigations the kind of investigators that can take on these complex investigations, especially financial, where they have to follow the money right now.
All of that I understand.
Yeah, but you have to pay them accordingly because we won't be able to attract them.
You have to differentiate in the way that they're being identified.
Oh, okay.
You can't have a special agent in charge making less than a special agent. If you have a special agent, white collar crime, special agent, blah, blah, blah.
Well, okay.
But you have to look at the way that you
just identify them with the section, because I wanted to add that there would be either a special agent or investigator for, let's say, SORNA. There's one there. There's also another one particularly for
all of that I understand, but in terms of your present employees and the path moving forward, we have to clarify some of the way that...
that would have to be adjusted then. I understand what you're saying. That would need to be adjusted, and we'll identify the sections in particular.
Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all. Mr. Chair and colleagues, I've been observing a little practice that I personally believe is totally unacceptable, especially as I know the chair of this committee and his office staff usually sends out timely notifications, especially with these budget hearings. So they had time to know that they need to be in a professional setting and be ready to respond to our question. I'll leave that there, but hopefully in the future, we'll see that everyone is prepared in a professional setting to respond to our inquiries. I'll skip over the vendors, as the previous speaker already pointed out, that there is no information with regards to the vendors' payments and contracts, but I'll go into the leases. I certainly understand the importance of the circulation of monies in our economy, but for crying out loud, I can't understand why we continue to invest in private properties rather than looking at investing in our own and having some place that we can call our home. You know, that speaks volume to the people who we serve. And, you know, this place seems like it's just lawless. Because the criminal element pays attention to what's going on within this government. How can we sit here today and not agree with having a Speedy Trial Act? It is unconscionable, and against people's rights to be sitting in prison over 10 years on detention. The primary duties and responsibilities of our Department of Justice, the AG's office, is to represent the people in legal matters. So how can we not want to ensure that our attorneys are career employees, number one, and paid up to date? Attorney General, at what pay scale are our Attorney Generals, Assistant Attorney Generals today?
Pay scale, as I indicated, it's determined by the collective bargaining agreement according to how many years barred, and that starts out at 78,000, and the highest
Are
at
they at a 2010 pay scale?
2011, 2011.
It ends, the collective bargaining agreement ends at 2011, and so they've been paid on that very low pay scale for quite some time, and it's about time that they get an increase in their pay, and I, you know, I'm looking forward to that because it is much needed.
I truly hope we can cross that bridge.
I hope so too.
Pay our Assistant Attorney General so that they can remain on the job. I strongly believe that that's one of the reasons why we're having a hard time or they're departed. And I couldn't help more than to agree with the Senate President, I believe it was, regarding your justification to pay an assistant director more than the director in which that person will be answering to.
2 minutes.
Yeah, may
that
I?
certainly creates a moral issue. And what's really problematic that I see in this for the government and the GERS is the creation of all these exempt positions and not hiring under the GS pay scale system. Our Attorney Generals, Assistant Attorney Generals, are they classified or unclassified?
They are classified positions under a collective bargaining agreement. Of course, now they can choose whether they want to be unionized, but they can make that choice. They can't be forced to be, or no government employee can be forced to be a member of a union. But as of now, they are under the CBA.
I'll reach out to your office momentarily regarding bill draft that I intend to resubmit again as to the status of our assistant attorneys general, because I do firmly believe that they should be career individuals.
They are classified, you know. They are classified, yeah.
Go to the Takata settlement. Last time you were here, you indicated that we received about 10 or 50 cars with regards to that settlement. What's the status today? How many more have we received? And have these vehicles been assigned?
Yeah, no more have been received. We've not submitted for the second batch of vehicles as yet. So that may be in a couple months or so, but we have not done that as yet.
And you know, with regards to these leases, I'm looking at the lease listing. And when I'm seeing that we're entering into these lease agreements for 10 and 20 years or 19 years, etc., it appears that we're not looking at owning anything. We're just continuing to rent or lease.
Time.
What's the status of what's the status of the morgue on St. Croix?
And
notice we're in a 19-year morgue lease on St. Thomas. So what's the status of the morgue on St. Croix?
Okay, the medical examiner's office on St. Croix are working on getting that done. I'm getting closer to that. First of all, I want to say that I agree with you 100% that we ought to have our own places, our own, owned facilities rather than renting. I want to say that. And then secondly, I would say in responding to what you're saying about looking for a place, looking for a location for the ME's office in St. Croix, we are actively doing that, have a few possible options, and that I'm not at liberty to say what they are now, but definitely we're going in that direction.
Okay, don't forget me on the question regarding the Takata settlement.
Oh, I thought you had asked me whether or not we've made another order. I was telling you that we did not make a second order as yet. We have until the end of this year to make the orders of the vehicles.
Okay.
So you're saying that the remaining 40 has to be ordered?
I'm not sure it's 40. I think it's about 35, but yes, the remaining vehicles have to be ordered.
Oh, okay, and
thank you.
I can't hear the time there, but
your time has been called. Go ahead and conclude, Senator.
Because again, I'm seeing you in a 19-year lease on St. Thomas. And St. Croix, all we keep saying is that we're moving closer, Have that property been identified for the morgue on St. Croix?
Time.
I will only put it this way. I am very interested in a couple properties, and that's it. That's all I can say for now.
Okay, thank you so much, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Attorney General, I think you neglected to explain what is a program management assistant.
Oh, the program management assistant. It's really a position that
does what?
It is designed to assist in management and all of the programs wherever they're assigned, as assigned by the managers within the division. So let's say handling the maintenance of all vehicles and making sure that the vehicles are up to par in the maintenance. They're expected to make sure that they get the regular maintenance.
Don't you have a maintenance supervisor?
No, we don't. So that is a function that the person would do. But no, we don't have a maintenance supervisor.
It sounds like a vague title to me. It doesn't sound like it's...
It is pretty vague, but I don't know if it's as vague as an executive assistant. Like, what does an executive assistant do? They assist the executive.
Correct.
What does a special assistant do? They assist whoever the person is that they're working for. But it's one of those
program manager assistant, you're saying would assist a program manager, which I don't see any program manager position?
Well, not necessarily just like executive assistant doesn't assist a person that's named executive. but the program manager assistant
Okay,
will
let me rethink. Is it really a position? I mean, this vague
Yes, it is.
justification that they will assist anyone in any other program if maintenance need car. I mean, I don't see that one at all.
There are assignments that are that they have to perform because no person can just work for Department of Justice and not do anything. So there are assignments that they have to work at in order to enhance where our needs are, rather.
This is a high-paid exempt position. And I just believe that high-paid exempt positions need to have specified duties that we know exactly what they are charged with accomplishing. This is a $75,000 position.
Yes, indeed.
A $75 position can't be for maintenance of cars, so they make sure the cars are maintained because whoever you have in the maintenance department, that's their job.
Well, we don't have a maintenance department actually, so I mean, just
No,
as a correction, we don't.
Then put it as maintenance manager.
But I clearly understand what you're saying, but I'm saying that we don't have one.
I can't see a program management assistant going to white collar and telling white collar how to do their program or how. So this person just a generalist?
No, they could only assist. They can't tell. That's why it's assistants. They assist the program managers, the managers of programs, and it is one of those things. Like, so that's all I could say.
It is one of those things that I don't understand. Senator Fred Gregory.
Okay, I understand that you don't understand it, but
Okay,
you know,
so
let's just put it that way. I understand that you don't understand it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A program assistant should be working on a respective, what is a federal program, and supporting all the federal programs or something. So that's something that, you know, the AG probably was just giving back off. Seriously, it is what it is. I have a question. This analyst, is this a typo in a postal report, or you have a position as titled analyst? It's probably a typo. Page 9 on the postal report.
No, it's a criminal analyst. It's supposed to be.
So what is that? What's a criminal analyst? You have special agent. You have where's a criminal analyst?
I can explain, but I think Mr. Curtis would be better to explain that. The director of SID. Mr. Curtis? Director Curtis? Please explain the criminal analyst position so that it could be understood.
Yes, this is William Curtis with the Department of Justice Special Investigations Director. The criminal analyst is an individual who would, and I'll do it to you this way. We receive a lot of documents, we receive a lot of information. And let's say we were to get 100 pages of an account statement for like a year. The criminal analyst will be the person to go through that, to pull out all that information. The criminal analyst will also be the person that does the data mining for research, searching the social media for different things. You know, there's a wealth of information.
Thank you, Mr. Curtis. Thank you for your response. You see, so we just went over the special agents and we talked about the fact that the special agents are hired because they have particular, you're proposing for them to be hired at different salary levels because they have particular skill sets. And I totally understand that to some degree. But then you have criminal analysts who know, I am the special agent, you are this criminal analyst, you got to true up my data and then bring it to me. I need to do my job. But that's what he just said. He said a criminal analyst is a person who gets the files, does the review. So when he finished with the review, he got turned over to the special agent. If you are the special agent who's responsible for fraud of accounting data, you have to be looking at that information yourself, truing up the information yourself, analyzing it yourself in order for you to come to a conclusion. You can't have somebody else doing the analysis for you, then turning it over to you for you to have that discussion with your assistant attorney general.
In fact, it's I can and maybe if you can quicker understand. Oh.
No, I'm just saying that. Yeah, no. Honestly, I see that you're trying to build a department to be successful, but I think there is a lot. There's a lot more that needs to be contemplated around some of what was presented today, Attorney General. There are things here that I just don't see how you're going to give one person a date, the one person going to throw up the data, and next one go. I don't understand this.
It's very much like having support staff or a paralegal. You have a paralegal.
Yeah, but how much support you can have?
You can.
Listen, how much support can you have? You have to step into that position and be willing to deal with that position from the top to the bottom, to transfer it over to your assistant attorney general who you're working with. You can't have all of these people meddling in this and that.
No,
it just seems like there's this need for all of this support staff. And the question, you have to beg the question, so how is this really going to all come together?
No, it's really, criminal analyst is a very common position in whether it's white-collar divisions or investigative teams. The criminal analyst does play that role sometimes we have cases that can be like tens and thousands of documents. And so it's sometimes the manner with the criminal analyst is able to index and prepare them in such a way very similar to paralegals, legal assistant. You can say an attorney can very well pull together, documents, but there are things that have to do with a person with some kind of legal expertise. As a paralegal, let's say, I'm just using this as an example, that would be able to do the necessary preliminary legal work to present to the attorney. The attorney is then able to review and then take it to the next step. But there are a lot of things that...
Kenny, 1 minute, Senator Gittens, we're hearing you.
I'm sorry.
Okay, no problem.
Yes. So that's what I'm saying. That's not it's not a made-up position. It's actually a very distinct role that is very common in investigative teams, and those aren't special agents either. They aren't. When I say special agents, they're not peace officers, and they don't have to be peace officers either. But that's just explaining further. And like, if you understand a lot of the types of cases, especially complex financial investigations, these things can, just blow up when you're following the money, let's say, for example, and you're looking through financial records, and then it opens up questions and suspicions about other financial records and then sometimes it grows and you end up having like suspects start to grow like from, 1 to 2 to 5 to 10. And sometimes it assists in even doing, criminal analysts was assist in doing types of matrices and that sort of thing in developing and helping the investigator in developing the cases. And I don't know how better to explain it, but...
But you have a forensic accountant on board.
Forensic accountants that would require a person to have an accountant degree.
Do you have a forensic accountant position that presently filled?
That time we did, yeah.
So that's not what that's not what they do, forensic accountant? Don't they handle all
forensic accountants are also need a criminal analyst. I guess you could say that it's somewhat similar, but still you still need more than one.
How many do we need?
A forensic accountant needs to be an accountant. And they do using the accountant principles.
Okay, so you presently have a forensic accountant, correct?
We have that position.
Yes, Senator.
It says filled. You have a forensic accountant.
Yes, Senator.
And the person has the accounting degree?
Person has a master's degree, sir.
In
business administration, concentration in accounting, or I'm not sure what the concentration is, but they have a master's degree.
For accounting.
I'm asking, we're going to get to this because I know that
no, but accounting,
the good attorney general could explain any position here and give a good justification. So
why you say that? Because it's the truth. I know what I'm doing. I gotta have to back up what I'm saying.
I'm saying that's the truth. You have the ability to justify every position that is listed here.
Exactly, because we need it.
And we need to decipher through all of the positions to make a determination as to what this body can fund and what we can't based on the finances of the government. We need to look at areas that are possible overlap. We got to look at whether or not there's a need for a 200% increase in special agent, those are all areas. Now, I know that I saw you have a deputy attorney general as a new position.
Yes, Senator.
So that will be the second in command?
That's a position in sync.
So that's the second in command?
No, Chief Deputy Attorney General is on the hierarchy. And then the Deputy Attorney.
Hold on, talking to the mic, please. So do you have a chief deputy attorney general?
The Chief Deputy Attorney General is sitting to my left. And
now you need a next deputy, now you need
We have a Deputy Attorney General he just received the position of Deputy Attorney General, which is Attorney Chancellor.
Okay, what I'm asking
for St. Croix, so.
And so Ms. Jacob is for St. Thomas? I thought Ms. Jacob was territorial.
It is territorial, so is deputy. Those positions have been for years in the budget. This is not new. The only reason why this is new is because, yes, the only reason why it's new is because the position was lost when there were the budget cuts back in 2020. We lost the position, and it was cut because it was not filled at the time.
We always had a deputy.
So for years.
We're just adding a next deputy. We always had a deputy. We always had a second in command. We're just adding two positions underneath the Attorney General. We had one, but it was usually that if the Attorney General was on one island, the deputy or the chief would be on the next island. But in this instance, the chief is on the same island, so now you're naming a deputy for St. Croix.
There's nothing wrong, yeah. But no, did you say something? Oh, okay.
I didn't say anything wrong. I said that.
No, we thought that we were talking about the Deputy Solicitor General. I'm not asking for
Yeah,
if I may, Michael Trotman, HR Director.
Okay, HR Director.
The Deputy Attorney General position was placed in the budget for fiscal year 2022. However, we received funding from OMB to bring that position on board in
critical funding.
So while it's listed as new, the position is actually current. And
it's filled, but it's new.
Confusion comes in.
Yes.
So the position is already filled?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we just filled it with critical funds.
No, you have funds in your department. It doesn't need to be filled with critical funds because when we pan out your personnel, you're going to have $2 million in your department not expended. So, and that is where we got to be careful because based on your projections, you're only going to be spending like $9 million. Yes, it is. You have spent thus far $5,497,484 after 9 months. So we could project out how much it's going to cost for the next 3 months. And you don't have presently a contract with the assisted attorney generals. You said that contract hasn't been finalized with collective bargaining. So we don't know what is going to be the cost of the increase. But right now within your budget, you have like $2 million in flexibility in personnel. Based on the numbers that we have right now, you are not going to expend the 12. We gave $18 million this year. You're not going to expend $18 million as of September 30th, and that is why the question came in. If you are budgeted for $18 million, you're not going to expend that $18 million, but then we're looking at an increase to $27 million, but we couldn't spend 18.
I understand with respect to what you're saying regarding the amount that's left to be expended, and I just want to be clear. Are you referring to those positions that we filled after they were after the legislature earmarked them? So we're not able to expend the money.
Correct.
So there's money left of not being expended. But what happens?
To include vacancies that were not filled.
Right. So what happens in the next fiscal year? We would need all of the funding.
You need all of the funding for those 30-something positions that you hired.
To be there.
But at the same time, you hired 39, but you lost 13. So it's only like 26. But now you're projecting 90-something. And we know that those 90-something positions, which is going to, I think the first set of new position is cost at $3,484,000. And the next set of new position is cost at $3,445,000 for a total of like $6,900,000. That's at 100%. we know under no circumstances are we going to need to fund those positions 100%.
At 100, no.
Right, so we need to look at all of that. Now, in your new position, you have a Solicitor General. We don't have the position already?
That's the error. We have a Solicitor General in place. That should
So
have
that
been.
delete that position
No,
also?
no, no, no. That actually should have been the counsel to the Attorney General.
Then you have a Deputy Solicitor General. We have that already too?
No, that would be a new position, a Deputy Solicitor General.
And the salary?
The deputy would be a.
And why is the deputy making the same as the solicitor?
No, the solicitor is supposed to be the general counsel to the Attorney General, a special counsel to the
So they
Attorney
make the
General.
same?
Yes. That's that, yeah, that,
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to understand. I don't know.
yeah,
you
that
ask
can make the
questions so
same.
you
That's
can-
not in a hierarchy, that's a separate position
Okay.
that's special, like a special executive to the Attorney General, is a special counsel.
Point of inquiry quickly, Senator Sarro, and we're going to. You have a point of inquiry for Senator Gittins and then Senator Sarro. Senator Gittins. And then we're going to conclude, Senators.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just was saying that while I oftentimes encourage agency heads to ask for what they want during this process, they have to be realistic in their requests. Now, I agree with the Attorney General with regards to the criminal analysts who basically gather information and analyze the crime statistics. We're always asking for statistics, and they look at the trends so that they can deliver that information to the investigator. Just like how the judge has his law clerk, and as was said, the attorneys will have the paralegals, etc. The criminal or the crime analyst is needed in this position, but the numbers that we're looking at is really great. I would like to see us asking for more attorneys and paying them at their proper level than to ask for so many investigators. Thank you.
Senator Sarro, point of inquiry.
Thank you. Who's the forensic accountant, Attorney General?
Right now, the forensic accountant position, that's been.
Mr. HR, you answered
Yeah,
nothing
please,
today.
yeah.
Mr. HR,
That
who's
has
the
been
forensic
changed.
accountant?
Her name is Miss Simon, but that position was recently.
What was she
She's
before?
now- she was the forensic accountant, she's now the
Okay, so do you have a forensic accountant?
No,
About 2 seconds ago, we
not
said
right now.
According to the post audit report that
No,
was
no.
received.
No, no, but that was.
Hold on, hold on.
Well, Mr. Chair, let me finish my point.
Go
in
ahead.
mind.
Go ahead. Finish your point.
Please. So in the budget it's filled. What do you have? Is it filled? Is it vacant as of now? The forensic accountant?
Chief Financial, it was deleted to create the operations manager.
Okay, so go ahead. Finish your point. Finish it. That's the third part. Finish.
So, okay, so going back to the question that we had earlier about what was the position that I think it was
The criminal analyst.
So you need a criminal analyst and you don't want a forensic accountant.
We do need a criminal analyst.
So you don't need a forensic accountant.
We do need forensic accountants. I believe that was a part of what is necessary, but that would be additional. This person,
You understand why you're confused, right?
no, I don't, because I think that it's listed as a forensic.
You have a forensic accountant position listed as filled. You have just said that the forensic accountant is now the operation manager.
That's because we needed to, that's before we had, when we were trying to seek funding, we needed a position for
But
an
they have a whole
operations
program
manager.
assistant, Mr.
So we
Chair.
tried to use the funding. The funding was used, correct me if I'm
No,
wrong,
but it's
but
so-
the funding was used to build that, and that's why.
I asked what was the qualification for the forensic accountant. You said the person has a master's degree in business. I said, okay. But now that person with a master's degree in business has now become the operation manager.
Right.
So
With the same funding that was used.
The program manager assistant couldn't be the operation manager?
Well, the particular position that you're referring to as a program manager assistant, that's in St. Croix. And St. Croix has an operations manager for that office.
No, but
And so the operations manager was needed for St. Thomas office.
It is so hard to find a forensic accountant. So hard. If you found somebody that has the capacity to be a forensic accountant, why would I switch them to operations manager when it's easier to find an operation manager than a forensic accountant? It's hard to find accountants.
Yeah, but she still is an accountant. I mean, the person still is an accountant and does perform a lot of the fiscal duties as well. So it's not, we have not lost any kind of function, but we do need, but she's not going, that person is not in the white collar section. We do need forensic accountants in that section.
Senator Joseph, and then let's conclude and move to the next one.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I want to go quickly to a question I had raised during my first 6 minutes, your Civil Rights Division. I noted you only have one position in that, the Director of Civil Rights. This is a really critical division. I mean, you don't have a division anymore.
There's no division.
And why is that?
Because for years, it just disappeared. And that's one of the positions. When I came on board in 2019, it did not exist.
But this is a critical position and a division because it really fights against discrimination, age discrimination for our people who are in vulnerable population. It also looks at persons who work in hostile environments. A level of the infringements that go on relative to our civil rights as human beings under the U.S. Constitution. I looked up, and so I'm just concerned. It's a critical division.
Let me explain, because I certainly am as well, and it is a very important position. Let me explain, too, that the Civil Rights Division or section or commission has always been a part of Department of Justice for budgetary purposes only. So it was housed in Department of Justice, but it was not like one of the divisions that were managed by Department of Justice. Over the years, because I worked at Department of Justice, I was familiar to where it was and everything, and it was in there. When I came back, and I saw it deplete for many years, it just started to deplete. Less and less, employees would leave and they would not replace them. So years and years went by till finally when I came back to Department of Justice in 2019, it did not exist. There was nothing, no function whatsoever. And so that is one of the things that were gone, and that it's really something that should be rebuilt. But again, I have to say, it is not a division under the Attorney General's charge, but it is within the department, and it is a very important division. And another thing.
Okay, that's good. We can have a deeper discussion as to the need, and if we need to expand that particular area, we can have a discussion as to what is. I'm sure the good Attorney General will give us a breakdown as to what would be the cost.
Mm-hmm. And
the Vanterpool settlement, has that been paid?
Yes, Senator. The first payment has been paid.
So the $3.5 million has been paid?
No, the 1.6 has been, as the first part of the payment has been paid. The next one is due in December.
Okay. The settlement with this, with Toyota, what was the issue that we weighed in? Where was Dakota? What was Dakota?
Honda?
Honda?
Oh, the Takata.
Takata?
Oh,
okay.
It was Honda. It was a Honda settlement was the last one.
The Honda settlement.
Takata was before.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why are we waiting to order the additional cars? What's the hold up?
It's not a matter that there's a hold up, but it's just that, well, one of the issues is that we're trying to get them to bring in hybrid cars. That wasn't a part of the original settlement. But I know that there was, it was brought to our attention that there is a act or not an act, there is some kind of a rule or regulation with respect to wanting our government cars to be either hybrid or electric. So what I did is that we just put in a request. It's been quite some time for them to get back, but we're just hoping that the next fleet can be hybrid. If not, then we'll just get the regular ones. But we figure we'll give it a few more weeks, and then we'll start to just, order and then get that part completed, because it does have to be completed by the end of the year.
Okay, thank you so much.
And they're free. I just want to make sure I can mention that there's no cost to the government.
Point of information, Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of my colleagues asked about the position that Lunsford used to hold. What was that division again?
That was director.
The division.
It was Civil Rights Commission.
The
yes.
civil rights. So the civil rights work has been moved to Puerto Rico. And now you have to go to the Department of Labor when you have those types of issues. You go to Labor and fill out this form, and I've been there, so I know, I've done it. You have to go to Labor and fill out this form, and then it goes to Puerto Rico. They do their true-up, they call you, and then you go from there. So that's what's happening right now.
Yeah, it's
Yes.
always been, actually, you've always been, I believe, been able to make the complaint through Department of Labor as well, because that's directly connected to the EEOC. But so it's not necessarily so that it's switched, but that was always a situation for that direct federal EEOC. Now we do have a local statute, particularly in the area of like sexual discrimination, like sexual harassment and all of that. We have a local statute that does not necessarily require you to go through the EEOC, because it's a local way, and you can actually, in some circumstances, actually directly file suit with the court.
Okay.
So there are options still there for persons.
Okay, thank you so much, Attorney General. I'm going to allow you to put a closing statement on the record, and then we're going to move on to the next group. So you may put a closing statement on the record.
Okay. Well, I want to first of all thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to come here to justify the governor's budget for Department of Justice. First of all, I think it's important to note that we are we work to serve the community. Every single division, every single aspect of what we do is based on performing to the optimum for the community and for meeting the needs of the community depending on the area we're in. In criminal division, we are very much what we do is we advocate for the people of the Virgin Islands. In just about all the divisions, we represent the government of the Virgin Islands. The government are the people. And so I am presenting here today in support of the governor's budget. What are the needs of the department? When I first came on in 2019, I made it known that the department was critically understaffed in just about every area. Since then, we did not have the requisite funding, but we continue to build and build as much as we can. We're finally at an opportunity where we can, and we do have the funding identified by the governor that can be used to finally get to the point where we can repair where we've been, repair the problems that have been caused by the shortage in staff. When I present this and I say these are the positions that we need in order to perform at our optimum, we want to perform with excellence. We want to shoot for excellence, not mediocrity. So it is serious when I tell you the requirements that, for us to be able to perform in every area. It is way big. I mean, it's huge looking at it in one, in one budget, presentation. It's 9.5. It's just so much, and it's daunting. I see that. But you just have to remember that it is from years and years of constantly depleting the human resources of the department over the years, where not only positions disappeared, but divisions disappeared, very important divisions. This is the time, with the funding now that we have that, this is the time to make that change. It's the first time in so many years, as I talk with my financial team who has been here, it's the first time in so many years that we can finally get what we need so that each person who works very hard in Department of Justice and what they do, that they can get the tools and the resources for what they need to do the job. The people of the Virgin Islands deserve excellence in performance. They deserve our very best. And I'm just asking you to help in that direction. Only you could really do it and fund it. And I'll just make a little note. I remember at the recent dedication or groundbreaking of the parking facilities at the Cyril King Airport. I recall that the Senate President, Honorable Donna Fred Gregory, she made, as she was commending and for the development and what we've done and where we've come so far for that. And she then said, it couldn't have been done without this body, meaning the legislature. She said that. Yes, she did. And she was absolutely right. It couldn't have been done because this body makes it happen. This body, if you want it to happen, you fund it. If you don't want it to happen, you don't fund it. That's just the power of this body. So I'm just asking you, make it happen. Make it happen that we can get enough investigators to do all of those investigations that this body has asked the Attorney General to do, that we need to do. Make it happen that we can represent the Virgin Islands to the optimum ability that our attorneys and our investigators, that we can perform the services for the benefit of the people of the Virgin Islands to the best of our ability. Make that happen. Make it happen so that the Attorney General's office can do better and provide better for the people of the Virgin Islands. Make that happen, please. I appreciate your time.
Excellent, excellent closing argument. If you were in a court of law before a jury, you definitely would have won. However,
well, I do hope that the people of the Virgin Islands win today, because you can do it.
This is not a court of law, so we look at things a bit differently. I think your first part of your closing statement, you described a number of government entities in your first part of the argument in which offices have just been depleted.
Mm-hmm.
And as I sit here for a couple of years now as finance chair, part of the issue that we have in the Virgin Islands is that we continue to create management positions and we forget about the rank and file. So we get so busy creating all of these management positions, some of which are frivolous, some are very important, but some of which are frivolous, that we bloat the budget and we don't have the rank and file included in the manner in which we can move this government forward. And if you look at the budgets for most of the government entities and you compare back 10 years ago, 20 years ago, when the norm was one commissioner and one assistant commissioner, and you now see entities that come with one commissioner, 2 assistant commissioner, 5 deputy commissioners, assistant to the assistant. We have such a level of management positions that we have made it hard to hire rank and file. So as we go along, commissioners have flexibility in the budget. We included $2 million additional to what the governor sent down for his 2021 budget. This body included $2 million based on the AG. Excellent argument back at that time for the paternity office and for the white collar. Are we going to continue?
$2 million. You gave us some, thank you. You gave us some, thank you very much.
No,
it wasn't there what we asked
for. Those two are 1.1. But then we included an additional $900,000 under personnel and fringe. And I have the numbers. I could show what was said. Now, it's not a debate, Attorney General. But I'm just saying that as we move forward, I have the numbers.
It wasn't told.
I have the numbers.
But that's okay.
I have the numbers.
Go ahead.
As we move forward, we can move forward by bloating management. And I'm not speaking about this administration. I'm speaking about all administrations. Because everyone that come in meet individuals who are already placed there in management position from a last administration, and it's adding up too much. When we give the monies, use flexibility in making sure that we have individuals who will be able to carry out the duty, and we don't have to create a number of new management positions to get the job done. But we will look at your budget carefully, and I thank you for your testimony.
May I just have just 20 seconds, please, because I want to clarify something.
No, you don't have to.
Do you see the rank and file people listed?
I see all of that.
Clerical assistants, litigation specialists, it is very heavy on that side with respect
And
to
very heavy on the
what
management side. And you have duplication of management position like in all other areas and positions where it's hard to explain the role and responsibility because individuals are sent down. This committee will take a recess for 10 minutes. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Madam Clerk, before you read the next item into the agenda, do you have a correspondence from Senator Carrion?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed.
Correspondence dated July 19th, 2021. The Honorable Kurt A. Vialet, Chair, Committee on Finance, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, 3022 Estate Golden Rock, St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands. Dear Chairman Vialet, please excuse my absence from today's July 19th, 2021 Committee on Finance meeting, as I am unable to attend due to circumstances beyond my control. I ask that any important information be forwarded to my office. Thank you for your consideration and understanding. Sincerely, Samuel Carrion, Senator, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands.
Thank you. Please note that Senator Carrion is excused. And you may read the next item into the agenda.
Office of the Inspector General. Invited testifiers, Stephen G. Van Beverhout, Inspector General.
Thank you so much. Mr. Van Beverhout, I'll allow you to put your name and title on the record along with your assistant.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Stephen Van Beverhout, Virgin Islands Inspector General.
Delia Thomas, Deputy Virgin Islands Inspector General.
Thank you so much. And you don't have anyone else virtually, right?
No, no, sir.
Okay, so you may proceed with your testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Vele, Chairman of the Committee on Finance, other members of the committee, other senators, ladies and gentlemen present, and in the viewing and listening audience. My name is Stephen Van Beverhout, the Virgin Islands Inspector General. With me is Ms. Delia Thomas, the Deputy Virgin Islands Inspector General. We're here today to discuss the budget request for the Office of the Virgin Islands Inspector General. With your indulgence and understanding, I would like to make a brief statement and then turn the budget presentation over to Ms. Thomas. The year 2020 has been the most traumatic period of my life. It started with my surgery and medical condition in late 2019 through the first few months of 2020. Then the loss of my dear sister-in-law of 46 years in July, culminating with the most bizarre events of November 18, 2020. On that day, my youngest son, Mark, left this world to be in the presence of the Lord. The word devastated does not even come close to describe the experience. A large part of me died on that dreadful day. I would like to make a brief statement about Mark. He was a loving and giving son, brother, husband, father, co-worker, and friend to the many people who have had the privilege of knowing him. The circumstances of his death go beyond our human comprehension. He died as he lived, giving for others, eventually giving his life so others could live. I want to thank the many people for the outpouring of love and prayers that have been expressed to me and my family, and I ask that you continue to keep us in your prayers as we continue our earthly journey. Over the last several months, I have prayed and meditated on my future direction. And although I have a little over 2 years remaining in my term, I have decided with God's blessing and guidance to switch my focus to my family for whatever time I have remaining on my journey to our heavenly home. In November, God willing, I will be celebrating my 43rd year of service to the people of the Virgin Islands, 7 with the Virgin Islands Bureau of Internal Revenue, and 36 with the Office of the Virgin Islands Inspector General. Almost 33 years as the Virgin Islands Inspector General. I've had the honor of being the first Virgin Islands Inspector General, having been appointed by 5 governors and serving under 6 administrations. It is my intention, again, God willing, to retire from government service effective at the close of business on November 30th, 2021. I hope that during my 43 years of service, I've been able to contribute some in helping to make the Virgin Islands government a little more accountable to the people of the territory. I want to thank the many people who have played a role in making my years of service a rewarding and memorable experience. I wish nothing but God's blessings and grace to all. And may God bless and protect the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you. And now I would like to turn the budget presentation over to Ms. Thomas.
Good afternoon, Senator Kurt Vele, Chairman of the Committee on Finance, members of the committee, other members of the 34th Legislature, staff of the Legislature, ladies and gentlemen in the viewing and listening audience. I am Delia Thomas, Deputy Virgin Islands Inspector General. At the request of our Inspector General, Stephen Van Weverhout, I will deliver the remarks to provide an overview of the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the operations of the Office of the Virgin Islands Inspector General, via Inspector General's office. And we will answer any questions that you might have. Before I begin our remarks, I would like to thank the extra efforts and considerations provided by the Office of Management and Budget and the Division of Personnel. I want to acknowledge a couple of people who brought tremendous amount of support and calm to our department when we were in the midst of emotional chaos, while at the same time, work needed to continue and decisions made to keep the office operating. First and foremost, a big thank you and gratitude goes out to our OMB budget analyst, Mrs. Raquel Benjamin. Your reassurance and guidance were most appreciated. Our interactions with you were nothing short of excellent. Also, from the Division of Personnel, a big thank you goes out to Mrs. Florine Hassel and Mrs. Damali Rogers for your efficiency in guiding us through our personnel issues. Finally, to our staff, we would like to commend you for your steadfast efforts to ensure that work continued even when we were all impacted by the loss of Mark. The State of the Virgin Islands Inspector General's Office. Title III, Chapter 40 of the Virgin Islands Code establishes the VI Inspector General's Office as the independent auditing arm of the government of the Virgin Islands. The code gives the VI Inspector General's Office the responsibility of auditing and investigating all three branches of government, including the autonomous and semi-autonomous instrumentalities. We are the only government auditing arm, local or federal, situated in the Virgin Islands. Our mission is to promote economy, efficiency, and effectiveness, and to further the prevention of fraud, waste, and abuse in the administration of the programs and operations of the government of the Virgin Islands. Fiscal year 2021 was the most turbulent year in my 32 years with the Office of the Virgin Islands Inspector General. As unforeseen challenges are a part of life, too many in a short period of time could bring the best of us to our knees. As someone said, this past year continued to give gifts that no one wanted. However, life must continue. We started fiscal year 2021 with 18 fill positions, and currently we are at 15 fill positions within the organization. However, we can report that all of our employees are at their correct salary level since adopting the new GS pay plan. At the beginning of 2021, we found it necessary to create an IT specialist position and hope to have a person on board by the end of August. Our organizational chart can be found on page 10. We continue to encourage the continued education and professional development of our staff. As a result, we have 8 certified fraud examiners and 5 members with master's degrees, with an additional member currently working on her master's. Regarding the audit and inspection aspect of our operation, our 2022 annual audit plan summary can be found on page 11. Because our ongoing assignments took longer than anticipated, no new projects were started in fiscal year 2021. We are working hard to have all our ongoing assignments and reports issued by November 2021. Also, we continue to make ourselves available to provide assistance to federal auditors regarding activities they plan on conducting in the Virgin Islands. In fiscal year 2021 to date, the following audits and inspections have either been completed or are progressing through various phases of the audit and inspection process. The audit of contract administration at the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority. The objective of the audit is to determine if the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority officials follow their procurement guidelines in awarding contracts and ensured that contracts were performed in accordance with contract terms and conditions. The scope covers fiscal years 2017 through 2019. We are currently at the end of our fieldwork stage, summarizing our results and findings to prepare a preliminary draft report. The audit of contract administration at the Governor Wang F. Louis Hospital. The objective of the audit is to determine whether the Governor Wang F. Louis Hospital is complying with laws, rules, and regulations and sound procurement practices in its contract administration. The scope covers fiscal years 2017 through 2019. We are currently at the end of our fieldwork stage, summarizing our results and findings to prepare a preliminary draft report. The inspection of government controls on the reemployment of retired government employees. The objective of the inspection is to determine the controls in place by the government to identify when a retiree returns to active service. A preliminary draft report has been submitted for review. The inspection of the use of GRS loan proceeds for the VI Finest Foods West Bay Supermarket project. The objective of the inspection is to determine whether the loan proceeds were used for the intended purposes in accordance with the loan agreement. A preliminary draft has been submitted for review. The audit of revolving funds accounts administered by the Department of Agriculture. This audit has been initiated based on a request submitted by the current Commissioner of the Department of Agriculture. The objective of the audit is to determine the adequacy of agriculture's internal controls over the revolving fund and to ensure that funds were collected, deposited, and disbursed in accordance with laws and rules and regulations. This audit is at the end of the fieldwork phase, and results and findings are being developed to prepare a preliminary draft report. The inspection of WAPA vital fuel contracting process and transactions. The objective of the inspection is to determine if WAPA verified the necessity of and obtained approval for the increased project cost, performed due diligence in undertaking the LPG conversion project, and followed its contract procurement and administrative guidelines. We are being assisted in this project by the Internal Audit Division of WAPA. A preliminary draft report has been submitted for review. Currently, in the area of investigation, there are 4 open investigative cases that could result in referrals to the Department of Justice for consideration, or administrative reports issued with recommendations for administrative action. To date, in fiscal year 2021, we have received 13 complaints alleging wrongdoing by government officials. Of the total, there were 10 allegations of wrongdoings on St. Thomas and 3 allegations of wrongdoing on St. Croix. Many of the complaints lacked sufficient information, were resolved administratively, or were matters for other departments and agencies. Regarding training, this past June, the professional staff, through virtual conferencing, attended the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners 32nd Annual Global Conference. We hope to attend in person the 33rd Annual Global Conference in Nashville, Tennessee in June of 2022. Regarding our 2022 budget, we support the administration's 2022 fiscal year budget recommendation of $2,773,989. This amount is $249,875, or about 10% more than the fiscal year 2021 appropriation. Fiscal year 2021 actual expenditures, as reported through March 12, 2021, was $719,566. However, as of July 8, 2021, actual expenditure costs increased to $1,427,316. The following are our comments related to each prime account of the fiscal year 2022 proposed spending plan. Our fiscal year 2022 proposal by sub-accounts is shown on page 12. Personnel services and fringe benefits. The budget proposal provides for 16 filled positions and 4 vacant positions. After this budget was prepared, we had 1 auditor position become vacant by resignation. Therefore, we currently have 15 filled positions and 5 vacant positions. We are now in the process of filling 1 of those positions. The total proposed funding level for personnel and related services is $2,183,790, or 78.73% of the overall budget request. This amount consists of $1,555,802 and $627,988 for personnel services and fringe benefits, respectively. Supplies. Budgeted supplies costs for fiscal year 2022 are estimated at $55,000, or 1.98% of the overall request. Other services. Budgeted other services costs for fiscal year 2022 are estimated at $355,000, or 12.8% of the budget request. Utilities. Our utilities costs are estimated at $50,000, or 1.8% of the fiscal year 2022 budget request. Finally, capital outlays. The budgeted cost of $130,199 in capital outlays covers replacing investigative equipment and computers for the staff. This amounts to 4.69% of the budget request. In closing, with the pending retirement of the Inspector General, I can only say that this has been the best 32 years of work experience that I could have ever imagined. He has taught me so much. This is not the way I would have wanted him to walk out the door, but I sense the peace that he has made with his decision, and I respect it. As a government, our work continues. With the Office of the Virgin Islands Inspector General being the only permanent government audit presence in the Virgin Islands, we must show that we care about our government's perceived level of integrity. As a result, the need for oversight of government funds is essential. We therefore ask for your full support of the recommended fiscal year 2022 budget of $2,773,989. We thank you for the opportunity to be here today, and we are available to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Inspector General Van Beverholt, before we begin with our line of questioning, I just want to thank you for your many years of service to the people of the Virgin Islands. On my behalf, and I'm sure all of my colleagues, it's always been a pleasure having you come before us for budget season. Straightforward, direct, and to the point. My prayers are with you and your family,
Thank you, sir.
and I hope that somehow we can all find peace with the complexity of issues that we face that are not expected at all.
Thank you, sir.
Senators, I think we're going to go to a 4-minute round. It's a small budget, and they're usually very good at accounting for whatever monies they have spent. So let's go with a 4-minute round. I'll beginning with you, Senator Blyden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon again to my colleagues and the people of the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, Inspector General.
Good afternoon, Senator.
And Ms. Summers. I want to say also, I want to also give you my farewell. Not goodbye, but farewell. Of course, I'm going to see you in church. But nonetheless, I wish you the best. I can only imagine what you and your family have gone through, and will continue to keep you in my prayers. My family and I will continue to do that.
Thank you, sir.
I know your budget is pretty small for fiscal year 22, $2.8 million. I know it was stated in the testimony that you started off with 15 vacancies, but now there's 18. So you have lost 3 positions at this time. Ms. Summers?
The 2 was by resignation.
Okay. And you have 5 vacancies now. And right now you're trying to onboard those individuals. As we speak, you're in the process of trying to onboard those individuals. Looking at Housing Authority for $19,500, all the payments up to date?
Yes.
Tell me about that.